This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and on our city's website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you have finished speaking, and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time. As a reminder, we will use roll call votes only when required by law or when requested by a council member or the clerk. Other votes will be voice votes counted by raising hands in the Zoom app or as the chair determines. If a member disagrees with the stated outcome of the vote or feels that their vote was not properly heard or is not recognized, that member should immediately request the mayor's attention. At this time, I'm going to call the Urban Renewal Authority meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Huseman,
Present.
Vice Chair Frank, Commissioner Madera,
Present.
Commissioner Alan Thomas, Commissioner Noble,
Present.
Commissioner Guardiola, Commissioner Hurst,
Present.
Commissioner Grimes,
Present.
Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Boucher,
Present.
Commissioner Fairfield, Commissioner Lewis,
Present.
Commissioner Tedesco. Chair Huseman, you have a quorum.
Yeah, at this time, I'm looking for a motion to excuse those members not present. Commissioner Madera,
So move.
Commissioner Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Hurst? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll take a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you vote in favor of excusing those members not present, and that is going to pass unanimously. First agenda item is an executive session. I'm looking for a motion and a second to enter into executive session pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 (4) A&E of the authority and its staff and consultants for the purpose of discussing the potential sale of property for hotel development at the Mile High Greyhound Park and determining positions regarding such sale that may be subject to negotiations and instructing negotiators. Commissioner Grimes.
So moved.
Commissioner Hurst.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session for stated purposes. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do another voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up if you're in favor of the motion. And that is going to pass unanimously. The city attorney has already circulated the link for the executive session and is already in the executive session waiting on everybody else to get there. So at the conclusion of the executive session, we will return to this Zoom meeting webinar to continue the Urban Renewal Authority meeting. We'll see you all in the executive session.
Commissioner Tedesco, I believe City Attorney Sheasley sent you a link to the executive session meeting in your email inbox.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. I just want to make sure you knew where to go. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey, sir, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Commissioner. How can I help you?
Oh, I gotta apologize. I'm driving, so I don't think I can see the email from Sheasley, and it's probably, I'm really late. I thought it had started at 6:30. So I apologize, but I don't know that they really need me for this one.
Commissioner, this is Roger.
Yes,
We're
sir.
on, we're in the executive session on that other Zoom. So if you want to just stay on, I think they're wrapping up and we'll come out into the open session here in a few minutes. So you're welcome to stay on here on this line and participate in the open meeting.
That'd be awesome. I appreciate that very much. And again, I apologize for being late.
No problem.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority Board is out of executive session. Apologize to members of the public who are waiting on the council meeting for the delay. We did go a little bit over on that. During the executive session, we had conversation regarding the purchase and sale of property related to the Mile High Greyhound Park project in the commercial tract of that. At this time, does any commissioner of the Urban Renewal Authority wish to make a motion? Commissioner Madera.
I move to authorize and direct the executive director to negotiate and execute a letter of intent and purchase and sale agreement with Pure Strike for the sale of property for a hotel development at the Mile High Greyhound Park.
I think you have a motion to direct the executive director of the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority to enter into a negotiations for a purchase and sale agreement with Pure Strike for the development of a hotel at the Mile High Greyhound Park. Commissioner Hurst.
I'd like to second that, please.
I have a motion and a second to direct the negotiator to enter into said purchase and sale agreement. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Madera.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Any other discussion requests?
Chair, I would just like to note, I don't believe it was noted that Mr. Tedesco is in the meeting, I believe, for the purposes of voting. He
All right.
may have been noted before I rejoined.
Mr. Tedesco.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to abstain from the vote since I missed the executive session.
Thank you, sir. Take that there. We can do this by voice vote, so we can do a show of hands. All those in favor of said motion, please raise your hand in the chat window so your vote can be counted. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. And I have 3 opposed, and Councilmember Noble, I don't have a vote from you.
I wasn't in the meeting when the motion was made.
Oh, my apologies on that. The motion is to direct the executive director to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement with Pure Strike for the purpose of developing a hotel on the Mile High Greyhound Park. So once again, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is going to be 5 in favor, Commissioner Madera, Commissioner Hurst, Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Boucher, and Commissioner Noble in favor. All those opposed, please raise your hand. And that is going to be Commissioner Grimes, Commissioner Smith, and Chair Hughesman are opposed. The motion passes 5-3. And that concludes all of the business with one abstention, one abstention out of Commissioner Tedesco. That concludes all of the business that we have for the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority meeting this evening. Thank you to the board members and commissioners for participating. Thank you to staff who put everything together and for walking us through that during the executive session, and look forward to seeing as this progresses where we end up on that. Going to adjourn to the city council meeting using the same webinar. I'm going to give, let's go with about a 5-minute break. So we will start at about 7:22. Again, apologize to the public who is watching for the delay in that, but we will be back at 7:22. Mr. Gibson.
Yes, Mayor.
Hey, I'm gonna run through the bit about translation services and all that other stuff beginning. Can you have that ready to pop up on the screen when I do?
It is ready now, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. This is a virtual meeting using the Zoom platform. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8 or the city's website. Live Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091*. If you're a council member, please be sure to have your video camera on and be mindful that we are streaming this meeting on Channel 8 and on our city's website. The chat function is disabled to ensure that the public can see all portions of the meeting. The city clerk is the host of the meeting, and I and our IT staff will be the co-host. Council members and panelists will be able to unmute themselves when recognized. Please mute yourself when you have finished speaking, and remember to lower your virtual hand to prevent disruptions. Members of the public who have registered to speak will be recognized at the proper time. As a reminder, we will use roll call votes only when required by law or when requested by a council member or the clerk. Other votes will be voice votes counted by raising hands in the Zoom app or as the chair determines. If a member disagrees with the stated outcome of the vote or feels that their vote was not properly heard or is not recognized, the member should immediately request the mayor's attention. At this time, I will call the city council meeting to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Huseman,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Councilmember Madera,
Present.
Councilmember Alan Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Guardiola, Councilmember Hurst,
Present.
Councilmember Grimes,
Present.
Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Mayor Huseman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Councilmember Madera,
Move to excuse the council members not present.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to excuse those members not present. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the chat window in favor. And it will pass unanimously 7-0, 6-3. Sorry, I can't do math this evening. Okay, 6 of us this evening. Okay, next up, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Would like to invite Councilmember Noble to unmute your microphone and lead council on the Pledge of Allegiance while the city clerk displays the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Noble, for that. Prior to getting into the agenda, I would like to make a motion. We have some items that are listed under administrative council business. We have 3 items listed. Under the new council policy, the administrative council items are now being agendized. I think that because they're being agendized, we do have residents in the community who are tuning into meetings in order to see what is being done during the administrative council business, since they're made aware of it. So I have concerns about those are currently scheduled to take place about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and would prefer that we take care of those agendized items prior to getting that late into the meeting. So would like to make a motion that the agendized items in administrative council business be moved up to following citizen communication for this meeting. And then going forward, we can try to get that put in that spot. This will not take away the ability of council to do administrative council business later in the evening should something come up in the meeting that spurns the need to do so. So that's my motion. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to move those agendized items under administrative council business to following citizen communication. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote on that modification to the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your hand so you can be counted. And that is going to pass 6-0 with 3 absences. Thank you for that. Now we will move into the public comment portion of the meeting. All public comment will occur during citizen communication, except for public hearings. Persons who registered to speak under multiple items will be allowed to speak multiple times. Does anybody on council wish to modify that? Seeing no request to do so, we'll move into the citizen communication. Per council policy, citizen communication is the time on our agenda for the public to address council on business and affairs of the city. Per council policy, citizen communication cannot occur before the time stated in the agenda without council approval. The estimated time in the agenda for citizen communication is 7:05 p.m. and we are now at 7:27 p.m. The city council is not able to hear any comments at this time on land use matters that are before or may come before council. Please reserve such comments for the appropriate public hearing. As a reminder, we take your comments seriously, but do not generally respond to comments until later in the evening. Council must wait until administrative council business to take action in response to citizen communication. Council members can ask questions of speakers if desired. The city needed advanced registration in order to participate in citizen communication for this meeting. If you are currently in this meeting to speak during citizen communication, please listen for me to call your name and the clerk will unmute you so you may begin. If you do not respond or are disconnected, you may miss your chance to comment. Please give your name and address for the record and keep your comments limited to 3 minutes. If a council member wants to ask questions, please ask to be recognized when the speaker is finished. Thank you. This evening, we have one individual that is registered to speak, and that is Steve Douglas. So Mr. Gibson, if you have moved him over to be able to do so, he can unmute himself and begin speaking now.
Steve, you should be able to unmute yourself and you'll have 3 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, council, mayor and council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. What I wanted to bring up was from last week on the general infrastructure improvement. I understand you guys are asking the citizens to continue the NIGI, the $3,500,000,000 for the infrastructure improvement district. With that, I know there were some examples of potential projects that deals with Reunion Metro District, and I'm asking the council not to enter in another 20 or 30-year agreement with Reunion Metro District. Only reason why I'm asking is because we have been held hostage on those projects moving forward based on their financials. But when that's approved, it's approved at a certain budgeted amount, which those dollars have not been accounted for this whole time up until a certain time. I don't know if Oakwood has presented anything or updated their files, whatever, but they haven't in the last 20-something years. And so if they're already going to do projects and they're going to get a tax rebate or so as incentives for them building, I think they should do that with each project instead of doing that as a whole, because that way the folks who live within the Metro District are not put in a holding pattern waiting for them to build projects. There's been lack of retail being built by Oakwood, roads that they want to do on their time schedule. But as far as projects with retail, it lacks. And I know a lot of that money has to do with them saying that they were going to bring forward retail. And then when it comes to recreational, the pool that we have right now is not adequate for the amount of people who live in that metro district. And I know the city has nothing to do with that, but when they ask for those bonds to build those projects in the future, this affects everyone who lives in the metro district with the failure of them going forward of meeting the goals on these projects being come to fruition. So that's my only ask. And then I just want to thank Councilmember Noble for attending the Eagle Fest yesterday. It was a great venue about learning about Suncor and what they have been doing to the environment with disproportionate citizens within that 3 mile area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Douglas? Seeing none, we thank you for your time this evening and speaking with us. I'd like to mention if follow-up is necessary, you should expect to be contacted by a staff member. Members of the public were also able to submit comments online and by mail. No written comments were received by the deadline. If anyone wishes to speak at future council meetings, please check the meeting agenda and city website for information on how to register or submit written comments. Okay, we'll move into those agendized items on the administrative council business. The first is a letter of support for the Denver International Airport 2021 raise grant. Looking for a motion in a second to ratify my signature being affixed to that letter. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Smith.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to allow my signature to be fixed to that letter. That letter was already submitted. Vote was done through email for council staff. Do you have a record of how many were in favor of that and how many responses did receive?
I'm sorry, I don't have that information. Jason, do you?
Say that one more time, sir. My camera's going in and out in my volume, if you do not mind, sir.
We have record. There was an email that went out asking whether or not council supported my signature on the Denver International Airport 2020 raise grant letter. Do we have record of how many responses we got, how many were in favor and how many were opposed to that prior to us taking the vote to ratify that decision?
Thank you, sir. We had 5 signatures for support. We had no signatures in opposition to that letter going out, sir.
Thank you. So it passed 5-0 with 4 abstentions prior to taking this vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that's going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 abstentions. Thank you. All right, next we're going to have a conversation on the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Panel. Would like to invite Councilmember Noble to introduce the item and make your motion.
Thank you so much. So I'm bringing forward tonight a recommendation for the creation of a Blue Ribbon Economic Development Panel that would be comprised of Commerce City residents and 2 city council members. The purpose is to evaluate and implement economic development best practices and strategies to attract resident and visitor serving businesses and to elevate Commerce City's profile. We have so many wonderful people who live in Commerce City that I think that if we leverage relationships, it will help our community immensely. And that's why I'm recommending that we start with this Blue Ribbon Economic Development Panel who can lead us to the next level.
Thank you. So, and you made a motion to start a Blue Ribbon Economic Panel that will consist of residents in the city as well as 2 council members. Do I have a second? Councilmember Madera.
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to direct the city staff to create the Blue Ribbon Economic Development Panel that will include residents and 2 council members. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hurst.
Well, I'm in support. Councilwoman Noble, are we gonna let the city kind of pick the amount of citizens that'll be on this, or I'm just looking for some more of the details, but I think based off your explanation, I definitely support it. Just want to, is it 20? Is it 10? Is it, yeah, how many meetings are we?
Yeah, I had put in my recommendation 10, but I got left out of the council communication, but I did put 10 and then 2, or 10 or 11 and then 2 council members. And I would actually like to suggest that we approach it a little bit differently than we typically do. And that is not necessarily applications, but sort of a recommendation system that, you know, you say, Councilmember Hurst says, I know 3 people who have a lot of great relationships and could help Commerce City. And then we talk to those 3 people and ask those 3 people to give the names of 3 people that don't include them. And then the names that show up the most are the people that could wind up on the panel. And that's how we wind up with a Blue Ribbon Economic Development Panel. It is a system of community recommendation. And I mean, I can think of more than 3 people instantly, and I think a lot of us could, but I would hate to just leave it to the devices of social media and our monthly newspaper to get people to apply, because what we really want are people who have these connections who might be able to get us that grocery store that everyone wants, or get that restaurant that everyone wants, and can help leverage their relationships. They might know who's coming simply because, you know, they do the HVAC for every big company that's coming into town, or they're the movers for companies that are coming to town. They don't necessarily have to be the hoteliers. They can be the IT people. You know, there's all sorts of different ways that we can look at it.
One other question is what authority? So are they an advisory group? Are they, what's their purpose beyond that? Are they advising council, or are they just going out and doing individual work? Because again, I mean, I support it. I just want to make sure we have clearly defined.
That's great. And yes, it would be advisory parallel, if you will, to the Economic Development Department, but staffed by the Economic Development Department, personnel from the Economic Development Department as well. And they could then also decide on the kind of best practices and strategies that are used in other communities. Some communities have economic development corporations. Some communities have economic development associations. And those operations are very secretive in some ways, that all the people on that panel are talking about opportunities, and what's is said in the room basically stays in the room, so that they can pursue opportunities for Commerce City. I think that they could, my thought is that the panel itself, just because of their background, can suss out what is the best way to move forward for Commerce City to make use of our residents and leverage their relationships.
Thank you. You know, an interesting thing that we do when we interview for the boards and commissions is we end up interviewing a lot of city or Commerce City residents, and you're right, there's some very impressive people in our city, and that's really what drives me to support this. It's just in that experience, I've met people that had, you know, honestly had no idea that industry even existed, besides the level in which they have you know, experience. And so I'm supportive of that because I really believe we have some exceptional Commerce City residents that don't have, the full time to participate, but something like this, they would be more willing to do so.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions, and I'm just generally start out by saying I'm supportive of the concept. I am concerned about handing another board to manage, and so I'd like to hear a little bit from staff about the ability to manage this board, and maybe if there's knowledge of other boards like this that staff's aware of, and how that has worked out for other municipalities. I'll start there.
Mayor, if I may respond, and
Please.
I would suggest, every board and commission takes staff time. I don't know that manage is the right word, but certainly there's an element of care and feeding in terms of generating information and doing follow-up and that type of thing. So if you as a body want to move in this direction, I would suggest that it replaces the council committee and, focus on one or the other, because doing two just simply burns more staff time. And I don't mean that in a negative way. It just takes more staffing resources. The reason I pivoted on the reappropriation from setting up a department with a department director that would provide that strategic direction is two events. One was the departure of Jody Hardy. She moved because she wanted to be near family in Florida, and best wishes to her on that. But that creates an opening in the community relations division that we'll have to assess how we fill that position. But number two, there's a gap then, because it takes a while to recruit for a replacement. Also, in talking to a communications firm about some of the other information that we want to share with the community and with council, I realized that it would be beneficial to bring in a firm that would provide us with some of those functions that we were talking about encapsulating in a new department. And it would give us time to really suss out how we go about marketing the community. So that was the reason I pivoted from doing the department in the reappropriation process versus bringing on a communication firm. The other factor is, as we look at the 2022 budget, there's a tightness there between revenues and expenditures with the number of staff positions that have been requested. So, we're trying to balance all of that. So that also entered into my decision to pivot away from creating a new department at this time. So I think one of the assessments that we have the opportunity to make in this next 6 months is, well, actually almost 12 months, because it's going to be middle of the year again before we do the reappropriation in 2022. But it would give us time to assess, the marketing effort that we can put into place during this period of time. So back to the staffing issue, I would recommend that we do one or the other. Either the council committee continues, or we use this as the recommendation advisory body, however you want to structure it, and not have both.
Thank you for that feedback. That definitely answers my question and helps me figure out how to support this motion. So that's great. I also have concerns about appointments by council members. So I just wanted to flush that concept out a little bit more, Councilmember Noble, if you don't mind. would it be, any council member can recommend a number of people and then there would still be an interview process, or how would that work?
That's a really good point, Councilmember Grimes. And I think that the idea here is to be able to attract people to this in a way that signifies the importance that we're placing on economic development, and that it's not random selection, if you will, by just seeing the newspaper article or seeing a social media post, because there's going to be plenty of people who are way too busy to be on social media or to look at the newspaper that comes every month. So it would be good to approach them. I know, for example, that Brighton has a representative of the Cronky folks on their Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. I think that would make perfect sense for us to have someone from the Cronky group as well, since they own a lot of land in Commerce City in addition. But would they be looking at social media? I don't know. But we could certainly ask them to apply if that's an approach that we have to take, because that's the way it exists in Commerce City. But I just want to make sure that we are getting people that we can have on the panel who we know will be able to leverage these relationships in order to do all that's possible for Commerce City.
Thank you for that feedback. And I do agree that a representative from Cronky would be a good thing. I'm just curious, how do you manage that with the rest of our landowners and developers in the city? Do you recommend appointing someone from all the major development groups to a board like this?
If they wish to apply and be on it, I suppose we can set the number however we want to do it. As was noted earlier, there is no number in the council communication that was sent to you. I had suggested 10 because that seems to be a manageable number, but it could be any number that you choose. I don't think it should be just developers. They aren't necessarily the people who are leveraging relationships, just as former council member Douglas expressed earlier. We haven't seen the development that we've sought at Tower and 104th, and that's a developer. So it isn't just developers that I'm looking at or suggesting, but I do know that Cronky is on the Economic Development Corporation Board of Brighton. A Cronky representative is, so that's why I suggested that one.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor. I can answer, for hopefully inform a few of the questions raised tonight in the process. I wanted to let you know that under the charter, you can form this group by motion. We typically do it by resolution to clarify some of the questions that are being raised and for posterity, if this is to continue for some time, and to know how many members it would have and where they may come from. So if that's desired, it's not necessary, but we could take back direction instead and write a motion for a resolution to bring forth on August 2nd to detail membership. And then if we want those people to come from particular sectors or places in the city, we do have some boards that operate that way to make sure that we draw from a select group of either professionals or people engaged in a particular way. And so, but again, you don't have to do that. We'll just have some questions down the road about duties and any qualifications and then terms once you get there. So that's one item. The other is, as far as, I'm sorry, I totally spaced on it. Oh, nomination processes. Your council policy does, and I don't think that you're necessarily going outside of this, because I think you can follow your current method for filling advisory commissions and boards through the boards and commissions process, which is what is required by your council policy 3 and 2. But there's nothing, as with any of our current boards and commissions, that prevents us from targeting people to be or soliciting people to apply. So I don't think anybody would want to get hung up on the not supporting this or being concerned about the process, because we're going to have to follow that boards and commissions process. People will submit an application and the boards and commissions committee will get there, and then the council will vote on that. But you'll have a broader, you can certainly target a broader base, and they don't also have to be city residents if you want it to be that. If you're talking about a cronky person or someone from a particular industry, they may not reside in the community. So that's one other thing to clear up here. So if you want to modify it to bring back a resolution, that's fine. I'm happy to get that done for the 2nd of August, but otherwise you can proceed as you are. I just wanted to make that note. Thanks.
Councilmember Madera.
I think a lot of my questions got cleared up in the city manager's remarks and our city attorney's remarks. But one concern I did have was having that council economic development committee, and just having too many cooks in the kitchen, right? If you have 12 members in this blue ribbon economic development committee, and then you have basically all of council in the other committee, then where do you take direction from? Or I guess what's the purpose of this blue ribbon economic development? Are they going to go out and look for leads, or are they going to be weighing in on our economic development strategy and then reporting back to council? Or how are they different from the council economic development?
Well, you're right. I was actually thinking that this would replace the council's economic development committee. We formed an economic development committee because of our own personal our frustrations as a city council. This is an outgrowth of that effort, because this would be people who then are experienced in business and are working in the business community, who would have these kinds of connections and interest in the economic development and life of Commerce City as well. So what I see, though, initially is just them discussing what would be the best way forward in terms of Commerce City. What would be the best method? Economic development corporations are often membership funded, and I think that's just way over our head right now. Brighton charges members of the board $10,000 a year. I'm not looking at that. I'm not looking at that. There is an economic development council in Arvada, association. I mean, it's different than a corporation. So it operates in parallel with economic development, if you will, but it is focused on what is the best way forward for Commerce City right now in terms of economic development from their own experiences in this area, in the area of economic development, because of the work that they have done, because of who they work with, because of who they know. What is the best way forward, so that residents are involved, because it's the residents who we hear from a lot.
Yeah, and I'd be supportive of them replacing the council committee. If you spend all your time in meetings and you're not spending any time actually getting things done, and I feel like having the two would essentially lead to that, and probably increase our frustrations over time. So I think we got to be prudent with our time, and I'm not one for meeting just to meet. So I would be supportive of that. My other concern was with the voting. It kind of seems like a little bit of a pyramid scheme almost, if you will, where I recruit 3 people, they recruit 3 people each, and it kind of just trickles down. I'm definitely in favor for nominations. I think it's good to know people with certain experience in and nominate those people, but I think that they have to go through some sort of process similar to our other boards where we could kind of vet people out. You know, some people might get nominated and not want to do it, right? Or maybe you get a lot of nominations in, and then you have a pool of candidates, and you have to choose the best ones. And you know, so the reason I don't like everyone nominate 3, because it's kind of like an election, but not a true election. And so I just see problems with that in practice. And, you know, who's going to coordinate this? You know, someone going to reach out to these 3 people and ask them to nominate 3 people and so on and so forth. And next thing you know, you got, you know, that pyramid scheme going. And so I think we should take nominations and then, you know, have our committee interview them and select the 10 best or the 10 people that they think can help us the most. I'd also was curious about having people from certain industries. You know, that is something that I think would be beneficial. Do we set the industries, or are we looking at going at certain targets, and then how do we decide those targets? Is it going to be the same industry, you know, till the end of the time, or how do you do it? Because, you know, there's some state boards that work similarly where you have certain industries involved, and it's the same industry all the time, but then, you know, you might get one person representing that industry, you know, for years and years, and you don't ever get a different perspective. So how would that work?
I don't know that the panel would have an extended life, because they might recommend the formation of an actual entity that other cities have. This is a panel to evaluate the best practices of other communities and then put forward a recommendation on the direction that Commerce City should go. I would like to say, just so people don't think that I was suggesting a pyramid scheme, is that it's actually a very legitimate organizational development tool to have to see how many names keep repeating themselves, and then that's how you know who are the leaders and the influencers in a community. So that was all I was thinking about, but I'm more than happy to do it the way that you suggest, Councilmember Madera. I have no preference one way or the other. It was just a suggestion. And I do think that the Blue Ribbon panel can, you know, meet to make a recommendation. We could say they meet for, you know, I don't know what it would be, 6 months, once per month. That's only 6 meetings. That's not very much. That's not very much time to be able to come up with an answer, but then they may have a lot of good recommendations too. It just off the bat. I'm sure a lot of people have been talking about this and thinking about this a lot, because Lord knows I see it on social media all the time. So there are people who have been thinking about this topic.
Thanks, Councilwoman.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Councilmember Noble, you answered my question kind of already. Were you thinking this was just a temporary panel or something that would be like more permanent for the city?
It would be temporary. So they're the Blue Ribbon panel that would help then guide us to what would be the best next step.
Cool. And then I kind of agree with Councilmember Madera. Just the nominating people, it just kind of seems like you're cherry picking who you want and kind of leaving out the rest of the community. But if you nominate or advise those people, like go through the selection process, tell them where to sign up for it. The subcommittee that does all the interviews and stuff, we do a really great job of not just like passing everybody through. We have a lot of really good discussion about these panels and the assets that these people have. So that would be my only my only thing.
I think though it would make sense to have qualifications that you're asking for certain qualifications, so that that would be an expectation as opposed to, you know, shopping or something. Although that could be a good one, actually. You could do a lot if you were a shopper, if you shop like I do. Anyway, that's another topic.
Thank you.
Mr. Gibson.
Thank you, Mayor Huseman. I don't want to extend the conversation further than what it needs, but just to chime in, Jordan and I are always happy whenever council wants to refer or recommend anybody to a border commission for applications. I would encourage that still for this new one, but if somebody in the community wanted to apply that wasn't necessarily referred, I'm not sure we could necessarily turn them away from applying and interviewing with the subcommittee. So just to note that point, and also the subcommittee asks a standard of questions for each board and commission. So if council has particular areas of interest or questions they would like the subcommittee to ask, we could also have council draft those interview questions as well to make sure you're getting the most qualified and best candidates out of that interview process. So thank you.
Mr. Gibson, could it also list what qualifications are requested? Job application, if you will.
To an extent, yes. So our standard board and commission interview, or not interview, board and commission application on the website asks for their current current and past activities in civic organizations, where they're employed, if they're a registered voter, their interest and experience in the area that they're applying for. So we ask a set of standard questions and make sure that whenever the subcommittee is reviewing the applications, they have all that information of why this person's applying, what their qualifications are, and what their experience is in that area, to make sure that outside the interview, they also have the background and professional experience in the area in which they're seeking an appointment to.
Okay, then Mr. Sheasley, I think I would want a resolution that listed qualifications, and I can provide those qualifications to you based on other communities. And then when we vote on this, then the council can look at those qualifications and see if those make sense to them and whether they do industries as well. I'm happy to take that on as a project. I am the Economic Development Council liaison, so it's something I'm more than happy to do. And then maybe that would be helpful.
So to clarify, Councilmember Noble, your motion to direct staff to draft a resolution for the creation of this committee.
Correct.
Thank you. And Councilmember Hurst, I think you seconded. Is that good? Okay, thank you. So I have a motion and a second to direct staff to create a resolution for the establishment of a blue ribbon committee with details to include qualifications of members and how many members and everything else like that council will vote on at a later date when the resolution is presented to us. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing no request, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand in the chat window. And that is going to pass 6-0 with 3 absences. Thank you. All right, the last item that we have under the agendized administrative council business is Republic Services performance. Several council members have been receiving repeated complaints regarding the performance level of Republic Services as of late. So my intention is to have a conversation over our role in how we are overseeing said contract and ensuring compliance with the contract. I don't think that there was any presentation from the staff presented from this. Is that correct? Okay. Before I go into my questions, does anybody on council have any questions that they would like addressed regarding this topic? Councilmember Madera?
I guess what spurred the conversation? Because I've noticed different in pickup, but not so much service. Like at the end of the day, the trash is still getting picked up, in my neighborhood every day that it's supposed to get picked up. So I guess what are the issues that we're seeing?
Multiple complaints, repeated complaints from same neighborhoods about missed pickups and services not being performed on time like they're supposed to be.
So not just like when they have split routes and they
Right.
pick it up in the afternoon instead of the morning.
Correct. Councilmember Noble.
Thanks. Yes, I would, my questions are, what additional staffing and trucks were required when Republic took over the trash pickup for the city of Arvada in the last month? And also in the past, Republic has explained to us that their complaint process shows, I think it was 99% compliance or approval. But I want to know how far that process goes. Is that simply an operator connecting with the complainer, or is it a resolution? Because it's my understanding that in some cases, it is interpreted as strictly the moment the phone is picked up and two voices exchange comments. And that's considered a success. I would like to know that resolution is a success and within what time period. And thirdly, I'd like to know what is included in the contract that allows us to be able to fine or do anything else involving Republic if they don't meet standards. Do we have any standards in our contract with them that we expect to be met? Thank you.
We do have standards. It is in Exhibit K of the contract. So I think those will get further defined here in a moment. If you can hold off on that, but the other questions that you asked, I'll give an opportunity for staff to answer.
Mr. Rogers, do you have information relevant to those questions?
No, I was going to just point out, these are great questions that Councilmember Noble brought up, but we do have representatives from Republic Services on the line, Mr. Mark Petrovic and Steve Bruce, as well as Public Works staff to address those questions that you have just raised.
And Mayor, unless you object, I can start moving those members over if you'd like. Just let me know when.
Please do. Did you catch that, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, Mayor, I'm moving them over now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor and council members, this is Joe Wilson, Public Works Director. Barring any additional questions that you may have in advance before moving forward with this, Mark Petrovic has taken the opportunity to put some information together that I think would serve as a good primer for this conversation. So if you would be kind enough to give him the latitude of a few minutes to bring up some opening remarks, and I think it may actually address some of the questions that have already been raised.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe I'm off mute. My name is Mark Petrovic. I am with Republic Services. I know the majority of the folks on the line tonight, and I have Stephen Bruce with me here tonight. Stephen is our operations manager for the residential line of business, which also includes Commerce City, of course. Council Member Noble, I have your questions written down, so I'll go through a few talking points, and then if there's any clarity or additional questions you have, I'd be happy to answer those. So just to give a current overview of where we're at with Commerce City, Commerce City's growing, obviously. When we took the contract over, there were about 16,900 and so customers. As of the end of June, we're at 18,116. So far this year, we have added 379 homes, averaging 63 homes a month. Now, bear in mind, we bill the city in 25 home increments. So if we have 65 homes, then we're only going to be billing for that 50 until it gets to 75. So that's how we do it every month per the request of the city. But we have been averaging 63 homes this year. And then in 2020, we added 703 homes. So we averaged 59. So we anticipated in the RFP we'd be adding about 50 a month. We are exceeding that a little bit, and that's just the market and the people moving to Colorado. So just a little overview of the volume of work that's coming in. So what we see in the people that are moving into town is they're moving into the north part of Commerce City. So the Thursday, Friday routes in the Northeast, that's where we're seeing the majority of the new population moving in. So these routes, when we first started Commerce City, we ran about 800 to 900 drive-bys a day. So a drive-by is essentially a customer we serve per day. Those two routes that we have up in the Thursday, Friday area, they are pushing 13 to 1,500 drive-bys a day. So we are maxing those drivers out. We are at capacity for those two drivers. And so currently we are in the process of adding an additional route, getting another truck and getting another driver so we can get those routes down to about 900 a day, maybe 1,000, which is a little more manageable of a level. So that's just a real quick overview of where we're at on the amount of people that we're serving and the new homes coming on board. Now to talk about the service performance, Councilmember Nomal, we most certainly have service standards. And we do have liquidated damages throughout the contract. So all of that information is spelled out in the contract. We do track the misses that we have every month. So every other week we have a meeting with staff. We do go over the missed pickups, F2 notes, escalations, anything and everything that we do when we talk to a Commerce City resident. We track all of that, and we do go over that report every other week with staff just to kind of see where we're at. Are we having some problems? Are we having missed pickups that are elevating in certain areas? So our average missed pickups have been 62 missed pickups per month, and that is in 2021. And that is currently we're running at a 99.95% accuracy rate. And the way I come up with that, anyone that wants to put the math to it, there's 18,116 homes that we serve. We serve them every week. The multiplier we use for that is 4.33 because some months are longer than others. And then we service the recycle customers on an every other week basis. So you'd have about 9,000 a week. So we do serve around 117, 118,000 times per month. We do touch a Commerce City customer. And we are currently year to date running at 99.95 through June. Now, with that said, however, to be totally transparent, May and June, we are averaging 107 misses per month. So we're pushing, pushing double where we've been. So 107 has seen a pretty sizable uptick. And there are several things that are contributing to that. We, like every other business and every other hauler in our industry, we have a shortage of staffing of drivers. And the driver shortage it's impacting every solid waste company, and we're losing drivers really from every reason. Mr. Tinklenberg was talking about a staffer that had left to be closer to family back in Florida. We have natural attrition from drivers. We've lost drivers to the city of Denver, to the city of Thornton and North Glen that have their own city-run trash programs. Those cities run 410s and they have 3-day weekends. Our drivers average 55 hours a week, so they are leaving for a more balanced approach with foregoing the overtime. We have other folks that are leaving Colorado, the cost of living, they're moving elsewhere. Sometimes they transfer within Republic, sometimes they're just going and doing another career or another company to go to another state. So when we have that attrition, what happens is we hire new drivers, but when we bring drivers on, we're looking at about a 6-week run up to get them ready to go. And that's even if they have experience. So what we do is when we're bringing these drivers in, we will take drivers off of subscription routes and we put them into a municipal route. We transfer them over and then we run a little short on our subscription business collection. Now, when we do that, even though we bring a driver over that's an experienced tenured driver, they are new to Commerce City, the route is new, and we are seeing that, and we're seeing an uptick in errors. We've had sections where not just a home, but we've had blocks of homes or streets that have been missed, or a section of a neighborhood. We just had Unity Lane, which I think equates to about 20 or so homes that was missed on Friday and then was recovered Saturday morning. So we have seen that uptick, and that reflects in our missed pickups that are that we track every month. Council Member Noble, you did mention the city of Arvada. That city did just start. That is requiring about 7 to 8 routes a day, so trucks and drivers. But I do want to make it clear that Arvada, Commerce City, Lafayette, Edgewater, all of these municipalities we serve, they are separate and distinct. We don't rob Peter to pay Paul by taking drivers from other municipalities. We do take them off of subscription routes, if need be off of HOA routes to man the municipal business. That's our largest piece of business. So that's really the method we go through. So they really, Arvada has no impact on Commerce City. Commerce City does not have an impact on Arvada. They are separate and distinct. Commerce City routes run out of our Commerce City yard. The Arvada routes run out of a new hauling yard we have in Golden. We run 35 routes out of there. We just started that in June, maybe the last week of May, I think we were in there. And we run 35 routes out of there. We ran about 150 routes out of Commerce City. So they are separate. Another piece that's been impacting our service performance has been the recent 4th of July holiday. 4th of July fell on a Sunday. And even though it was a holiday and our drivers did get, our frontline employees did get holiday pay, we ran a normal schedule. We did not run a holiday delay. This information was out there. It's been on calendars. We work with city communications. So there was a lot of communication about that. But one of the problems we have is if one person tells a neighbor, or one person goes on social media and says, hey, don't forget, we're having a delay this upcoming week. Well, that's bad information. It's not accurate. And then what happens is we get a lot of people that are not putting their stuff out, and then they're calling us and they're calling in a miss the next day because they think we're on a delay where we're not. So as you can imagine, if we're picking up over 1,000 people a day and I get 100 or 200 people calling me from the previous day that did not get their service, their cans picked up because they put them out on the wrong day, we just do not have the bandwidth to go back and cherry pick a couple hundred homes out of our normal route day. And so that has elevated the missed pickup calls and some of the complaints coming to the city, social media complaints, things of that nature. We also have experienced some delays in the carts being delivered. So as I mentioned earlier, we have around 50 or 60 homes a month that are coming on from Commerce City. We do deliver them a new trash and recycle cart. We have run very, very low, and at one point we had run out of cart inventory. This has a lot to do with the supply chain in our manufacturer of having available carts, and normally we are a week to 10 days out and getting loads of inventory carts, and we are at a month to 6 weeks of getting inventory carts. The situation did get to the point where we do have a contracted cart manufacturer through our corporate office, and we also have other manufacturers that we do work with, that we have gone to some other manufacturers we have worked with in the past, and we have ordered inventory carts to come in. So we do have that inventory, but Republic ended up paying about 2.5 times the cost to get those carts expedited from our normal inventory cost, just to get level set with our inventory. And it's just, you know, one of the things that we all deal with manpower shortage, supply chain shortage, just all the things that we're all dealing with through the pandemic. And so we're feeling that in some of our inventory. We have asked and been working with the city when we're getting these customers that are coming in from the closing departments, sending us new home sales, that we want phone numbers and email so we can communicate with those folks. If we're going to have a delay, we want to let them know, put your trash bags out, put your recyclables out. The driver will collect it for you, even if it's not in a container. We did see some social media chatter that people were saying that they had to store garbage and stuff in their garages, which I wish they would call us, because we would let them know the procedure of getting their stuff picked up while they're waiting for their carts to arrive. Storing their trash is not a process they need to do or have to do. So we want to make that clear. People should just reach out to us if they have questions, and we'll give them the right information. Missed pickup procedures. So we do have policies and procedures, and some of the things that have been causing delays. Social media, as I just mentioned, we do get a lot of folks that will go onto social media and have comments about service or having issues. Now, expressing dissatisfaction on social media, that's fine. That's an outlet people want to go and vent, and we have no problem with that. However, my ask anytime we see people that are going to social media would be to have them contact Republic Services first, because that is the fastest path and quickest resolution that could happen, is by contacting us and letting us know what the problem is. The second path would be an additional resource would be to contact Commerce City if they feel like their issue was not resolved to satisfaction by going through Republic. And then, you know, at that point, customers going on and vocalizing it on social media is fine. But one of the things we've seen, now I do have people that contact us and then they go onto social media, and that's fine. But we do have a fair bit of people that go on to social media and they have they're venting about something. I haven't had my trash picked up in weeks, or I've had this, or they left a bulk, or what have you. And the problem is I end up going back to the staffer or the city council member or mayor that has reached out to see if we can track down who this person is, where their address is, so we can find a resolution for them. And there are many times that when I look at this account, this customer has never contacted us about it. They've just vented on social media. And we're really going to work with the city to take measures to get people to come to us first, to have a resolution, get it resolved. And if they want to go vent, that's fine. But we really need people to come to us first, so we have a shot at actually getting the resolution and getting whatever's handling or going on with them handled. I already talked about, I had a note to myself about customers putting trash in their garage. They need to contact us. And then also about customers, anytime a customer contacts us, we put it's called an F2 note. I don't know why it's called an F2, it's just in our system. But we do track that conversation of what that customer called about, and then we close the loop on it within 48 hours. That's one of our metrics of closing loops in 48 hours is our goal, whether it's a missed pickup or whatever the issue may be. And so when we track all that information, we're able to see what's going on and see how we can help that customer. But when the customers don't go through that procedure, we don't have any of that information. And then when they do finally get to us, when we look at this information, we look at their account and there's absolutely no contact with us. So that's not for everyone. I'm not deflecting our misses or some of our service errors that customers don't go through the right procedure, because they do. But we do have a sizable percentage that we never hear from, and then these things fester and then people just get angry. So I can't stress enough having people go through the procedure and contacting Republic. Just to give you an idea on the close percentage, our average of close percentage within 48 hours is 94% through June. And one of the reasons we're not hitting 100% is when we look at the amount of bulks that we collect every month and requests from people, not special drop-offs or anything like that, but when people call us, we're averaging, 140, 150 bulks a month. And at times they ebb and flow. We get a little busy. Customer service will schedule a bulk for a customer for, let's say, maybe it's 2 or 3 days, and then we're running a delay. We reach out to that customer and let them know we're going to pick it up at the 5th day for them to put it out. And so we're not meeting that 48-hour resolution, and that's why the number's not at 100%. But through June, we are tracking, we are at 94% currently. So I have Stephen on the phone with me in case we have some questions operationally that are out of my field of expertise, but a couple of corrective actions that we're working on right now. The first is we're adding a new route for the Thursday, Friday area. We need to get those routes down to a manageable level. The drivers are at absolute max. So if there is anything that happens to go wrong, delay in traffic, road construction, a truck malfunction and breakdown, they're not going to finish their route, and we're going to end up having to split that route and have other drivers come and help finish. Mike Allred, who's our supervisor, he's not on the call today. I believe he's on PTO, but he actually is a resident of Commerce City. He works for Republic, and he is the supervisor for the Commerce City routes. So he actually is out physically overseeing the routes and these drivers. And he's been a little busier lately because we have had some attrition. We have some new drivers in there that are new to the routes. And so Mike is working with them and working with their maps. So there are areas that could be some harder to find or some one-off kind of nuance areas that we've had some misses, or sometimes drivers, if they're splitting a route, they split a route on a street and they think one driver's picked it up and the other driver thought it was a lack of communication, and that causes a miss. That's what happened on Unity Lane. That street was a split and the drivers each thought the other guys were getting. Lack of communication, and that was left on the ground that evening and recovered on Saturday morning. Split routes are something, and just to explain what they are, if we ever have a truck malfunction that it can't finish the route, we have other drivers that will get maps from Mike and Steven, and they will go do their normal route, and then they will go finish the route that was not completed by the other driver. We want to minimize split routes because that is inherent that you're going to have issues because you have guys that are running a route they're not used to and they're just going off of a map. So it does happen. We don't split routes in the city if we have drivers on vacation. We bring relief drivers in to run those routes. The only time it would split a route is if we had a driver injury, a driver accident, truck malfunction, something that caused that driver not to be able to finish. Another thing we were going to do to try to correct some of these actions and misinformation is we're going to work with the Commerce City Communications. Republic Services has an app where people can sign up, they can log in, they put their address in, they create an account, and essentially Commerce City residents don't pay a bill, but they can go on there and they can be on the list of being notified for weather delays, holiday delays, anything that's, if we're running routes running late, we can do a robocall or an outreach when we have their information that allows us to reach out to them. And so all that kind of stuff, holidays, weather, all that kind of stuff is good for residents to have that app and get that information. So then we can communicate with them on what's going on. As a general rule, we summary bill the city. And so we have everyone's address, but unless they have contacted us to be put on a robocall or to sign up for the app, or possibly they pay for a second container, if they don't do one of those three things, we generally don't have a resident's information in a way to contact them. It's just through outreach, through mailers, newsletters, the city's outreach, the city's social media, all the outlets that we work in partnership with the city. That's generally how we communicate with the residents. So we're going to make the Republic app a little more prominent in all of the outreach, so people know it's a tool that they can use. You can also schedule a miss, you can schedule a bulk pickup, you can do a lot of things just through your smartphone. So we're hoping we can drive some more traffic to that, so we have a way to reach more people when we have holidays, letting people know we are not running on a delay or we are running on a delay. So those are some bullets that I wanted to talk through about some of the service issues we've been having, the metrics that we meet, the expectations the city has, and the liquidated damages and all the stuff that we have in the contract. And then I'll just open it up for questions for the mayor or any council member for anything I've talked about tonight, or any questions that I didn't touch on.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you being here and giving that update. Thank you as well, Mr. Bruce. Appreciate both of you coming here and giving that update. I think there's some valuable information in there that we can all take from this. Does anybody on council have any questions? Councilmember Smith.
I don't have any questions. In my family, we're not early risers. So this morning, my sister, when she was running to take the trash out, she was kind of late. And I just want to thank the guys that were driving by the house and saw her running with the trash can, and they stopped so that she was able to get the trash out. So your guys, when they see it, they're pretty awesome. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, I've seen some pretty cool response from the drivers as well. One question that I had that's just kind of weird was that was interesting, may not have anything to do with this, but has the transition from work from home changed your guys' business and the way you've had to deal with the routes? Because I could only assume if everybody's working from home, trash got heavier, meaning more trips to the landfill from a residential pickup, point of view. Has that had an impact, or has that just kind of been part of the change since the pandemic started?
Yeah, there is an impact with that. I'm sorry, Stephen, I'll just answer that real quick and then let you hop in. So we did see an impact. So people like myself or office staff and accounting folks, we still are working remotely. They do have some people coming in. So we do have a lot of folks that work remotely, but really doesn't have an impact on our service. So Stephen and his team, even through the crux of the pandemic, even back from March of 20, all the way through, our frontline employees always came into the office. We just took measures of sanitizing trucks, sanitizing the office. When we do the tailgate meetings in the morning, instead of it doing indoors, we did it outside where we could socially distance. So we took measures to do those types of things. But I will say that nationally, Republic saw during the pandemic a 33% increase in residential trash volume. And we did see a decrease in commercial volume because a lot of the commercial businesses, they were kind of, shutting down for the time being. People were working from home. In Colorado, we saw a 23% increase in the residential waste. Now, we did see an uptick. We do average over 100 containers a month that Commerce City residents pay for an additional trash container or recycle. And so, Councilmember, you're exactly right. When you start seeing that increase, that can take you from 2 landfill trips a day to 3. And so when you add a third one in, depending on the line at the landfill and the working phase, that can add maybe another 30 minutes to their day, 40 minutes. So it has an impact when we see that increase. But generally, our drivers for Republic and any trash hauling industry, those men and women in the front line, they worked full time, never missed a step from the beginning of the pandemic to now.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I have some questions. I think staff will probably be the one to answer a majority of them, but I do appreciate you again, Mr. Petrovich, being here, because I know there are a couple that you can probably chime in on. Exhibit A, Section A, Paragraph 1 states the contract shall weigh each collection truck before and after unloading and shall report the tonnage collected in the form requested by the city on a monthly basis. My question to staff, is this report being received?
Sir, I can answer that to the best of my ability. Willis and Stephen are both on vacation now, and my understanding is we do receive that report on a monthly basis.
Okay, is the report being reviewed by staff to determine any anomalies?
Yes, sir. As Mark had suggested, we meet with their staff. Our staff, our operations staff, meets with Republic as well as our community relations team, and we go over the reports and look for anomalies or any disparities with respect to the gross metrics And we're trying to drill down into individual routes, for example, and get some more specificity into areas where we may have particular concern, like as Mark had mentioned in the northeast sector or quadrant, is where we've kind of had the bulk of our challenges with respect to missing pickups and or timeliness or perception of level of service.
The same section also states that all collections shall be day certain collections. Exhibit B defines the term as collection on the same day of the week in business on a 5-day Monday through Friday work week. When garbage is not picked up until Saturday, that section of the contract has not been fulfilled. This is also defined in Exhibit F, operations requirements, where it states collections shall take place between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, except during holiday weeks. Paragraph 6 of Exhibit F also states the contractor must notify the city by 3 p.m. if collection will be delayed. Has the contractor failed to make these notifications?
I would say with rare exception, they have met the requirements of that. There are occasions that we get late notifications towards the end of the day, especially on the back end of a pickup, that if they're delayed or behind, that notification can and sometimes does occur after 3 p.m.
Okay. How are these notifications communicated to residents so that they can be notified that their trash isn't going to be picked up that day, and be on the front end of it so it's communicated instead of on the back end where it becomes a complaint or a call?
Yes, Mark may be able to best answer this question, but with respect to us, because of the fact that it's done on a date certain, if you will, as opposed to a time window, at the end of the day, if we don't get that notification by 3 p.m., we do run into challenges because we don't have everybody in the database either through the app or all the information passed along to us by our residents so that we can communicate with them directly. So that is an ongoing challenge for us that we're trying to work through by, one, increasing the number of people that sign up for the app, and secondly, when we register new people, to get full and accurate data information in terms of phone numbers and our email addresses to ensure that we can contact them as directly and quickly as possible.
Sure, and I can appreciate Republic wanting people in a database to be able to notify people. I guess my question comes from, if Republic is notifying the city that they're going to be late, then what actions is the city taking to notify residents? I mean, this is a service that is actually provided by Commerce City through Republic, through a contract, but ultimately it is provided by the city as a portion of the property taxes that are paid by the homeowners. So what are we doing as a city to make those communication to residents when we're notified by the contractor that this has not taken place?
We try to, when that notification is given, as our understanding is our communications, our community relations folks try to put that information as quickly as possible out on the website and the social media platform.
Okay. I would struggle to think of a time whenever I've seen such communication come out of the city that's going to take place. Paragraph 9 states the contractor be subject to liquidated damages for missed pickups, area-wide missed pickups, and failure to document and correct missed pickups as stated in Exhibit K. How many homes missed pickups would need to occur in any month to warrant non-compliance under the provision of the contract?
I don't have specific knowledge of that number, sir. I'll have to get back with you on that.
All right, that is a little concerning that we're administrating a contract, but we don't know what it would take in order to properly facilitate the contract.
Joe, I believe that's approximately 120 misses in a month would constitute that, but we can double check it.
Yes, sir. I apologize. I don't have that number. As I mentioned, Willis and Stephen Smith, who are the most direct contacts with the operations of that contract, are both on leave starting today, so they're not available. My apologies for their unavailability for today's meeting.
Has the city received documentation of missed pickups?
Yes, sir. We do receive information regarding missed pickups. Again, as I will refer back to during our bi-weekly meetings, we walk through the numbers with respect to the missed pickups and any discrepancies that we have and or problem areas that are either brought to our attention through comments and or information that the metrics might suggest in terms of requiring a deeper look.
Okay. Has the city sought liquidated damages for any missed pickups?
Pardon me, not to date, no, sir.
Not to date, okay. thank you. One of the liquidated damages specified in Exhibit K is for failure to report a hydraulic spill or material spill within 3 hours. In February, residents in the Turnberry neighborhood reported a contractor's vehicle had spread hydraulic fluid on residential streets. After advising the city manager about this, Public Works employees were seen working on a Friday evening after normal business hours to clean the street. A similar leak also occurred in the same neighborhood in June of last year. Were either of these incidents reported to the city?
I don't have a specific recollection that either of them were reported to us by Republic. I have no knowledge that they may have been aware that that occurred, and or therefore the reporting of it, whether or not they were at the fault of that cause of the contract. I can go back and do some more research and get you some more specific information on that.
Thank you. Exhibit I of the contract states the city is committed to providing excellent customer service to its residents, that the contractors shall have dedicated staff located in Commerce City. On multiple occasions, residents have complained that they're told certain service specified in this contract is not available to them. If a resident contacts Republic Services, are they speaking to an employee in Commerce City or an employee at the call center in Phoenix that does not have the particulars of the contract available to them? And that's probably more of a question for you, Mr. Petrovich.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So the residents would be contacting our customer resource center, which are not local in Commerce City. They have something called a KMT, a knowledge management tool. And so when a resident gives their address, they can bring that information up and they can provide accurate information to the residents about services, additional services, bulks, whatever they may be calling about. However, it has happened. We have had customer service agents give the wrong information. That does circle back to us. We do end up hearing again from that customer, whether they call me or Susan locally, or they go to the city and then the city staff contacts me directly. So we actually close the loop on that. We resolve that problem. And then we do ask the customer to provide the phone number they called us on, because all of the calls coming into the call center are recorded. And then we listen, and then that is a corrective action or training tool for agents for whatever the error may have been. But we do close the loop on that. We do track that, but it has happened. We have given Commerce City residents inaccurate information about everything that's included in their contract.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that answer. Exhibit F, paragraph 13 also states that any damage done to public or private property shall be repaired within 48 hours. I was contacted twice by the family of a resident who had a garage door damaged. Accident occurred in May 2020 and was not repaired until June of this year. Did the contractor report the incidents of personal property damage to the city?
My recollection was that was reported. I can't speak specifically as to the timing of it, but I do have a direct recollection that there was, it was reported, and that there was a discourse between the resident and Republic Services as to what happened, how it happened, and the required repairs.
So the contract states that the city has the opportunity to step in after 48 hours if it hasn't been done, or maybe after 10 days. So if we had an issue where a piece of property was damaged all the way in May of 2020 and didn't get repaired until June of this year, I'm curious why we didn't step in order to facilitate that and make sure that the service met the needs of the resident. Thank you again, Mr. Petrovich. Appreciate your time. Mr. Bruce, appreciate your time. My one last question I have is there anybody in the city staff that is actually out inspecting the work that is being done, that is going by and observing the work and ensuring that it is being done to the standard that is specified within the contract? Or are we relying solely on the meetings that are taking place and the reports that are being turned in?
We do spot checks, but we do not do necessarily daily checks, if you will. We're not out every day inspecting significant portions of the routes or the processes or procedures. Unfortunately, we're not staffed at that level to do that right now, performing that level of a quality assurance evaluator function. So we rely on spot checks, as well as information we receive from the public and the review of the data and information that we take in on a bi-weekly basis.
And how often are those spot checks being completed, and what documentation is being done whenever a spot check is done?
I don't have the specifics on that. What I do know is either Willis Waterhouse or Stephen White go out and they drive the city inspect the routes to see how things are going and whether or not there's any significant or glaring problems associated with any of the routes. And on occasion, if we do get information and they're out on the road, they go out and they actually try to physically check and see what's going on to verify the actuality and or the significance or the significance of the issue to help resolve it more quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Hurst.
Sorry, sir, I failed to put my hand down.
Thank you. Anybody else have any other questions, follow-up, or comments? Seeing none, again, I want to thank everybody for your time to come here and discuss this. I am glad to hear that there is a plan going forward in order to get those increased incidences that have been occurring back under control. And once again, just appreciate the communication and your willingness to come here and share all that information. And we also want to encourage the community, if you do get a missed pickup, please make sure that you are calling in and reporting that to Republic Services so that that information can be tracked in a better manner. Although social media is a good outlet for a lot of things, we need to make sure that we're getting the data in the best manner possible, and that's going to be through proper reporting. If you want to report it and then come back and mention on social media as well in order to see what's taking place and see if other people are experiencing it, that's great, but please make that phone call, make sure that people are being reported the fact that you've had a missed pickup so that those metrics can be counted appropriately. That concludes the agendized items for our administrative council business. We will go back to the agenda as it was going to be. Again, we may have additional administrative council business that takes place towards the end of the meeting. All right, next up, we have presentations. Our first presentation is the COVID-19 update. We'd like to invite City Manager Roger Tinklenberg to provide an update on the city's overall response to the COVID-19 crisis.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to report this week, but just wanted to give you some general information. For Adams County vaccination rate, the number or the percentage that have received one dose is 68.1% and 2 doses 62.9%. So certainly need more people to get vaccinated, particularly in light of the Delta variant that is now spreading all over our country, including in Colorado. And it's more contagious than the original COVID-19 virus. So really important for people to get vaccinated. Starting on July 6th, we've asked employees who've been working remotely to be in the office at least 2 days per week. We will continue that for some time. As I reported before, there are going to be positions where we'll have to have employees share a desk. So that is being worked out and their in-office schedules are being coordinated. The setup for council study sessions on the floor is labor intensive. And so we have devised a setup that works for council as well as for court, because we'll leave it up during court sessions. And so that will allow us to leave the hardwired microphones in place for the month of July, and then we'll reassess again. Wanted also to let you know that the housing program for emergency rental assistance has obligated approximately $500,000 at this point, and that leaves still 65% of the money remaining. So that's it for COVID update. Happy to answer any questions that I can.
Any questions from council to Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his update for the COVID-19? Seeing none, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate the report. We'll now move on to the environmental planning and policy monthly update, oil and gas monthly update. I'd like to invite Dominic Martinelli, the environmental planner, to make the presentation.
Sir, we have 2 questions from council, it appears.
Oh, there they are. Okay, we'll go with Councilmember Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Tinklenberg. What are we doing to assure that the other 65% gets out the door to folks who need help with rent?
Well, Mr. Rogers probably can answer this better than I can, but I know there's ongoing outreach that occurs to encourage people to apply. Anything else, Mr. Rogers?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Tinklenberg and Councilmember Noble. Great question. One, we have an obligation as required by the emergency rental assistance funds as a county to have that spent down by 50% of what was allocated by the end of September. So our teams, and obviously all teams, are working feverishly with communicating out to those affected about the opportunity of being able to receive assistance for their rent, their back rent, and or potentially missed rent that they've experienced during the COVID pandemic. As we're seeing a rate of, I'll say, somewhere between 20 to 40,000 being spent down, or as we call it, obligated week over week. And I've only been in this for the going on 2 months now since we've actually jump started this program since receiving the funds. We're doing quite well. And I would say we're actually one of the few bodies that are actually leading the way with getting money out the door in Adams County, and particularly for our Commerce City residents. So I would say they're going to continue to keep marketing through both social and digital media platforms, reaching out to landlords, reaching out to apartment complexes, and quite frankly, trying to leverage the interconnected system of the tenants that they're supporting on helping to get the word out. I would say probably most recently, as you may know, in the city manager update, we did do a brief communication as a push out for our community, and as well on our website, and also through the county and through other sister agencies as well. My pleasure.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Roger, I'm just really struggling with why this is an ongoing conversation about coming back and having employees coming back, and the pace at which we're doing it now. We don't have any public health orders left. There's nothing at the state level or the county level. Just a week ago, we had Major League Baseball with 50,000 people at Coors Field. And I don't understand the thought process behind the delay in getting us back to some normalcy from a staffing perspective, as well as putting council back. And I know we have a plan to get council back in chambers, but even going to the extent of separating us the way we did last Monday night, it just doesn't seem necessary anymore. I mean, 4 of us sat at the joint school board meeting at 27J. You were there as well. I sat elbow to elbow with the mayor from Brighton. So I'd like a little more feedback on why we're continuing to push these the recommendations at this point. They're not even recommendations, they're just, if you want to have 6 feet of separation kind of thoughts.
From my standpoint, I'm just basically taking a cautious approach, simply because of the low number, I would say relatively low number of people vaccinated in Adams County yet at this point, and now the Delta variant. Certainly if council directs faster action, certainly comply with that, but I've just been cautious with it because of trying to protect both employee health and also general public. And I'm aware of, there are gatherings where, many people gather together. Quite honestly, today I attended the ALSUP ribbon cutting, and I wore my mask. It's an individual choice, but I think some caution is warranted. It's a question of what level really is warranted.
Yeah, and I appreciate the feedback, and I agree with you. Wearing a mask at this point should be a choice, and those who feel compelled to do so, I think that's totally up to them, and have no issue with that. As far as vaccination rate, we haven't seen much increase in vaccination rate in a month. And I think there's a point where we have to recognize there are people that just aren't going to get vaccinated. And so, it just kind of begs the question about getting back to normal. That's their choice not to get vaccinated, and it's other people's choices to wear a mask. And I think we're at this kind of pinch point now where how do we move forward with some normalcy, and I personally would like to see us to get back. I'd love to see us back in chambers in a normal way. If people aren't comfortable being in the smaller room for study sessions, I suppose I understand that. Although many of us sat much closer than that to be at the 27J meeting, and so it seems I can't understand the inconsistency at this point for how we're handling it versus where we're engaging as a council member, as members of staff of the city in other communities where it's back to status quo.
Councilmember Madera.
Yeah, I guess I just want to caution against forcing staff to come back, and if something's come out of the pandemic, it's we've learned that a lot of jobs are flexible in their arrangement and where you can do them, and I think what we've seen with this great resignation is a lot of people that are being forced to go back are leaving. So if you look at it from not only the COVID approach, but also how people work these days, you really risk losing a lot of people for the city. So, in that sense, I trust, our city manager to make the decision that's best, since he's more in tune with our employees. And as much as love to see everyone back, it's just the world's a changing place, and we either evolve with it, or we kind of suffer the consequences and risk losing talented staff. And as we heard in Republic's presentation, you can't just replace someone overnight. It takes time to train them, get them up to speed, and even then they don't have the same kind of experience level as the person that they're replacing. That takes time to backfill that knowledge. So I just want to caution against saying, yeah, let's go back to normal. What's normal anymore, right? I think we've changed a lot in how we work, and I'm one of those people that if my job says you got to be back full time tomorrow, I'm probably going to find somewhere that's more flexible and conducive to my lifestyle, that allows me to get my work done how I see fit. Because honestly, if I've noticed anything about going back to the office, is I'm a lot less productive. People want to chit chat and catch up a lot more, and so I'm kind of looking forward to those days that I'm working remote, because I know that those are going to be my most productive days. So just from that standpoint, I caution against saying, oh, all the orders are over and we should be 100% back to normal. I think we have to figure out what works and what's going to work going forward. And the truth of the matter is that the people that aren't wearing masks are the ones that probably should, and there's still a health order saying that. But until we get to that point of vaccinations in the NFL, it's 85%. Your team's 85% vaccinated, then you don't have protocols. If they're not, then they're instituting protocols still. So you have to be prudent in your approach, and I think that kind of becomes a problem where you get this, you don't have the guidance anymore, so you have to come up with your own guidance. And so that's where we have to leave it in the hands of our city manager to lead us through this. And so I just want to say that I'm supportive of how we're going, and I don't think you're ever going to have 100%, back in person type of thing anymore, especially for a lot of these jobs that can be done remotely.
Thank you for that. I can testify from my own experience. I am far more productive working from home. So, today was a good case in point. I didn't get a whole lot done today other than being in some meetings and attending the ribbon cutting. I get far more done, working with this setup here in my home office. But again, we're taking it gradually, not requiring everyone to be in the office 100% of the time, trying to be flexible with that for employee retention purposes, as Councilmember Madera mentioned. And so, taking it gradually. But again, if council gives direction, we certainly can change to follow that direction.
Any other questions or comments from council regarding the COVID-19 update? Seeing none, thank you again, sir, for that. Thank you, council members that commented on that. And Mr. Martinelli, sorry to delay you, but you're now up.
No worries. Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. As always, I'll be giving the environmental planning and policy update, which includes the city's oil and gas monthly update as well. So it looks like we've got the presentation queued up. I'll go ahead and start with the oil and gas monthly update. We do not have any updates since the previous update that was provided to council a month and a half ago. All the figures and information remains the same from the previous presentation. Moving into the environmental update, there was a completion of the investigation of the sheen that occurred within Sand Creek. Suncor completed that on July 8th. Their root cause analysis and their found that it was likely, so there were essentially two events, one that occurred on May 22nd, one that occurred on May 31st. Their investigation and their information on that conducted that was a spill of oil migrating into an aeration basin, which is a concrete basin that treats pollutants and wastewaters. The May 31st event was a small on-site fuel spill related to filling a fuel tank, providing fuel generators to the area. So a quick update on the environmental policy development process that's currently underway. So right now there is a city organizational sustainability survey that's live and being circulated within city employees and city staff. It's essentially gathering feedback from all employees within the city on how energy efficiency, water use, and general sustainability principles are integrated into their day-to-day job functions and potential areas for improvement in the future. Following the conclusion of that survey, focus groups will be scheduled with key internal staff members to review and prioritize potential improvements in ways that the city can save operations and efficiencies in the future throughout this process. As you know, the city is currently recruiting for its Environmental Policy Advisory Committee. The last time I checked in with Dylan Gibson about 10 days ago when this presentation was published, we were at 11 applications. Still currently recruiting for that, and the deadline is July 30th to apply. That information can be found on c3gov.com/boards if you're a community member that's interested in applying and helping shape Commerce City's future around environmental issues. So one of the major components of the air quality scope within the ECS contract was the completion of an air quality impacts report. That's currently under review by staff at the moment, but it's based on a number of existing emission sources, which includes APENs and permits that facilities have to get with the state in order to exceed emissions and things of that nature. So we've essentially looked and mapped some of the emissions within the city and are kind of looking and exploring some of the takeaways from that data. The Opinion Environmental also conducted a draft low impact development stormwater guideline document, which could be used in tandem with the 2021 stormwater manual criteria update. Although the recommendation from Public Works staff at this time is to potentially adopt those provisions at a later date to ensure that there's enough time for robust engagement with the development community and community members on what some of these implementations are. And for those that don't know what low impact development are, low impact development is a a methodology and set of principles for managing stormwater in a more kind of low cost intervention type way that doesn't rely on large drainage basins and other sort of traditional forms and means of managing wastewater. So there's also a mapping analysis that's being conducted on water quality in general in the city. And there were a number of pages that were launched kind of outlining the environmental consulting services process, talking about the overall kind of community engagement process and all of the different kind of components of the scope that are being explored. There will be some additional pages added within the next month or two, more getting into more detail on the communication outreach strategy with the community, air quality, water quality, and information on the greenhouse gas inventory that's currently underway. And right now we're getting very close to the finish line on that. There's final work being done to account for fugitive emission sources for a number of industrial operations. And staff is currently working on preparing materials for the first Environmental Policy Advisory Committee meeting, which we are hoping to convene beginning in September. So just a quick little image and graph that shows where we are on the overall kind of project management, getting close to the phase 1 portion of this. And as a reminder, we do intend to have a much more detailed conversation with council, and we're looking to potentially schedule that as a study session at the conclusion of each phase to get more in depth and talk on some of the more technical questions about the work that's being done and things of that nature. So when I give these updates, it's a little bit more kind of high level summary of what's being done, but that will be kind of more of the opportunity to dig deep and ask more direct questions. So this is information from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment on the Suncor refinery. I do want to note that the exceedances listed here are greater than a 1 month duration. So essentially when we give this update, it's from the last update to the next. We had the 4th of July weekend, which pushed the first regular meeting of the month to the 3rd week of the month. So we're looking at about 1.5 months of data here, but there were 31 exceedances that occurred at the Suncor refinery since the last update on May 27th. There is a significant amount of information here, so I will do my best to kind of summarize the quantity of events that occurred on each day and the general exceedances that were breached. But looking at this, on this page, there were 4 events that occurred on July 8th. Generally including exceedances of sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and then 1 additional exceedance that day. So for a total of 5. Between July 1st and July 3rd, there was an exceedance to the capacity limit. And then a number of exceedances that occurred on July 1st through July 4th. A number of exceedances that occurred between June 26th through June 27th, as well as June 21st and the 22nd. And I do want to kind of highlight that a number of these, the majority of these exceedances are regarding the planned startup activities that occurred due to the 5-year turnaround that occurs at the refinery every year. So the majority of these come from that. So a number of events that occurred on the 19th and the 20th, 2 on the 17th, 1 on the 16th, 2 additional ones on the 17th, a couple on the 14th, as well as the 10th, and then 1 final event that occurred on June 9th. And then as part of every regular update, Suncor provides information to the city regarding the recent updates and activities. So the update from Suncor this month is that the refinery's planned maintenance, which is called turnaround, has been completed. Based on their internal data, they've noticed that there was a duration of emissions decreased by 56% since the previous turnaround that occurred in 2016. Or I'm sorry, 28% decrease in the overall emissions, and the duration of emissions decreased by 56%. And then we talked briefly about the Sand Creek update. If you go to Suncor's website, there's a much more detailed and highlighted kind of assessment of the Sheen and the investigation that was done. That report has also been included within tonight's packet materials. So the community air monitoring program that's being done with Suncor and the Denver Love My Air program is launching soon. And then this has been the case since June 1st, but subscribers began receiving notifications in both English and Spanish, and enrollment in that is still ongoing. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that as always. Councilmember Noble.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I don't want to minimize the 31 exceedances. I think that's really important information. I'm on the notification system and I didn't receive a notification about a single one of these. So what's it mean for the folks who live within the 3-mile perimeter of Suncor? I was, as was mentioned earlier, I was at the Eco Fair yesterday, Eco Fiesta yesterday. And it's really critical that we keep our residents in mind and not Suncor itself. So it is what it is when those are exceedances. They have exceeded the permit when it comes to air pollution, whatever is going to the air. And those are bad things that were going into the air that you just went through. They are cancer causing items, no matter what Suncor was up to during that period from May 27th to now. So I just want to be sure that we stay on this issue. Also, my understanding is that the financial assurances has been delayed for rulemaking. Do we have any information on that?
Yes, council member. I was notified today that last week, as I mentioned, they were going to defer them a few weeks. They've actually been changed in structure from a staff draft to a kind of straw proposal for comment. And the comments on those are due at the end of the month. So we're still planning to submit comment as proposed last week. And then in the fall or later in the year, a staff draft of the financial assurance rules, a new staff draft will be issued and the rulemaking will continue into next year.
And what does that mean for us, given the fact that we have financial assurances in our regulations?
Our financial assurance regulations are not affected by the COGCC's financial assurance rules.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Martinelli from council regarding the update on the environmental policy and Suncor update? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. Appreciate all the information you've shared once again. We'll move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, and non-controversial. They are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any member of council may ask to remove a specific item for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 7 items listed under the consent agenda. Does anyone on council wish to remove an item off the consent agenda for further discussion? Seeing no request, I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Councilmember Hurst.
Motion to approve the consent agenda by council as seated.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Madera.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please read the titles and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2331, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT grant funds for $500,000 for the design and construction of the 112th Avenue Bridge over the Fulton Ditch and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2332, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Defense Council First Appearance Grant for $15,000 for the Defense Council First Appearance Program and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2334, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Funds in the amount of $431,414 and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Ordinance 2336, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating $57,500 from the general fund balance to provide funding to the support to Commerce City schools and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Resolution 2021-34, resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement for the November 2, 2021 coordinated mail ballot election. Resolution 2021-53, resolution authorizing execution of intergovernmental agreement by and between the City of Commerce City and the Colorado Department of Transportation for Automated Traffic Signal Performance Measures Project. Resolution 2021-57, resolution appointing members to designated boards and commissions of Commerce City. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola, Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to public hearings. We have 5 public hearings tonight. The first one is Z-761-03-21 for the Buckley Crossing PUD Amendment number 1. Would like to remind council to use the public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members are not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. To rely on the facts that developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time we'll open the public hearing and invite Andrew Baker, City Planner, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council members. I will share my screen really quickly here. Tonight, I will be presenting the PUD Amendment number 1 for Buckley Crossing. These properties are generally located on the southwest corner of 120th Avenue and High Plains Parkway. The applicant, Scott Carlson with Carlson Associates, is with us tonight, and the request is to amend an existing PUD zone. The subject properties are outlined in yellow here. You can see that the comprehensive plan, we have this area designated as mixed use, comprising of commercial land space, public, residential low density, as well as medium density, and publicly designated areas. When the last comprehensive plan was written, this future land use plan was meant to mimic the existing entitlements on the site. As I mentioned, this would be the first amendment to the Buckley Crossing PUD, which was already approved at the time of writing this comprehensive plan. So the land uses within it are not necessarily going to be changed, but will be just updating a few items in order to modernize the PUD zone. You can see again, the entire property is zoned PUD. We have a few different properties. Most of it is contained in the southwest portion, but we do have a few on the northeast, which I'll discuss in a little while. It's surrounded by unincorporated Adams County, bordered by E470 on the northeast side. And we have a few residential PUDs as well as some publicly zoned areas over to the east. The property is currently unused except for a single family home that's located on the northeast side. That property will be demolished and won't be kept as part of this PUD development. These properties were first annexed in 1987. They were zoned PUD then as the Third Creek Ranch. That zoning was then amended in 2003 under the name Buckley Crossing, which allowed certain limited commercial and office uses, as well as residential and public uses. Sketch plat was submitted a couple of years ago. And through that process, we found just a couple items that could use some updating. So again, this request is to amend that PUD zone document. This will allow for the relocation of a public school site, the publicly zoned designated area in blue, as well as High Plains Parkway, the alignment of which had a bit of an exaggerated curve. And then we'll also be updating and modernizing the allowed uses, the specific planning areas within the PUD, as well as specific development standards within that. This amendment will reformat that PUD according to the current City of Commerce City standards, plans, and templates. We'll be realigning High Plains Parkway. That'll utilize the land more efficiently, and therefore will redistribute some of the land planning areas and the uses for those. That'll be moving and expanding the school and park site to the north side of High Plains Parkway. updating single-family residential planning area development standards to reflect the allowed densities that were found in that future land use plan that we just saw. It will also create an additional commercial planning area adjacent to 112th, which continues to reflect that future land use plan. And as I mentioned, we'll modify some development standards in the mixed use planning areas to reflect current market trends. This is the existing Buckley Crossing PUD, which was amended in 2003. If you'll notice, the mixed use commercial business area, which is located on the north side adjacent to 120th Avenue and High Plains Parkway, which was then still called Buckley Road. We have a mixed use commercial business and residential area that straddles that north and east side of Buckley Road, now High Plains Parkway. The school site, which was chosen about 24.9 acres, and then single family detached. We have a couple different planning areas that was meant to be single family detached. This would be the new PUD that's being proposed. The mixed use and commercial area has largely stayed the same as far as its geometry. We still have mixed use commercial and business coming along the north and east side. However, as I mentioned, these school and public park sites have been moved from the south side of High Plains Parkway over to in between the Parkway and E470. The size of that site has also been increased about 10 acres. And then we have a single family residential area in the southwest corner, but along High Plains Parkway, there will be a higher density single family area, which is reflected in the future land use plan. And by moving the school park site over to an area which would have been developed as residential, allowing a higher density along that arterial road. And then towards the south here is the new commercial area along 112. I'll go through a quick overview of the changes that are being proposed in this amendment. The cover sheet is essentially just updating the formatting to our current standards. Sheet 2, we have the land use plan, which we just saw how that has been changed, updating those planning area boundaries and some of the land use data. Sheet 3 contained the development standards. That's going to contain allowed uses, as well as some bulk standards for minimum lot size and certain standards like that. Street sections that were contained within there have also been moved to the end. That continues on sheet 4 and sheet 5. Sheet 6 goes into allowed uses. We've updated those along with those different planning areas, also expanded the amount of allowed uses, updating those uses to allow for a more true mixed use type of development. We have new sheets towards the end, lots sheet 7 and 8, which contain lot typicals to give us an idea of what some of these bulk standards would ultimately look like when developed. And then alley standards showing those street sections that I had mentioned before. So just as a refresher, this is the new proposed PUD area. I'll go through each of these land use areas, but I just wanted to reiterate that planning areas A and B are the residential areas to the southwest. We have C and E, which are going to be the mixed use areas with the school and public park. And then we have D and F, which will be the more commercially zoned portions of the PUD. Planning areas A and B have remained mostly the same. They do now include a few additional allowed uses such as outdoor recreation, community gardens, daycare homes, antennas, and bed and breakfast will be allowed as conditional uses, in addition to obviously the single family residential. Planning areas C and E saw the most change with this proposed amendment. They'll allow several commercial and public uses. As I mentioned, creating a wider variety for that mixed use area. This includes all the uses and expanded uses that you see on this page. To run through them for the record, that'll include pet daycare center and veterinary offices, building materials and services, eating and drinking establishments, financial institutions, food and beverage sales, funeral homes, professional offices, personal services, private recreation or amusement facilities, furniture or appliance repair stores, retail establishments, automobile washing and rental services, lodging establishments, office flex auction houses, distilleries, breweries and wineries, scientific research and design, mini storage and warehousing, that excludes any outdoor storage, clubs and lodges, event centers, daycare facilities, golf courses, public lands, parks and buildings, educational facilities, transportation facilities, and last, public utility offices. That is quite an expanded list of uses. I just want to note that the original PUD really focused on office. There wasn't much other commercial uses that were allowed other than more office and business type uses. So this will allow many more types of businesses appropriate at a neighborhood scale to mix in with the residential that's there. The original commercial and business zone districts that were along 120th and 112th, again, these were also mostly focused on those office type uses. They have stayed very consistent with those allowed uses. There is an addition of multifamily and single family attached uses that would be allowed in a vertical mixed use development, as well as senior housing, marijuana retail stores, medical centers, and primary caregivers. And the newly created planning area F, which is along 112th, will follow these same allowed uses. Planning Commission believed that this rezoning was justified as it meets the goals of our comprehensive plan and also provides more opportunity for small businesses to move in. This also provides a larger school and park site at the request of the school district and provides a more efficient use of space for both the alignment of the parkway and the infrastructure needed to construct that, and then the actual opportunity to develop the land around it. The proposed PUD zone document amendment meets the approval criteria found in section 213251 of the Land Development Code. And all of the proper public notification was completed, including mail and postcard to 112 adjacent property owners within 300 feet, not adjacent, excuse me. Publication within the local newspaper, as well as 4 signs that were posted on the property. As of this date, staff has received no requests for additional information from the public. And on June 1st, Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward this request to City Council for approval. Myself and the applicant are here to answer any questions, and thank you very much.
Thanks, sir, for that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff or the applicant at this time? Councilmember Noble.
Thank you. Stop there with that picture, if you would.
I figured that would be a helpful one.
Yeah, where is Tower Road?
So Tower Road is going to be towards the east here.
Okay, so Tower Road will continue straight through to 120th.
It does, and High Plains Way will ultimately meet up with Tower Road as well, but that's further south and east than the extents of this PUD.
Does this plan take into consideration a walkable area of mixed uses so that as you're on the parkway, you actually can walk to things that, you know, whether it's a retail establishment or a brewery or whatever the case might be, that is more flexible than it appears?
Yeah, so I'm sorry that I didn't mention it earlier. I can go into a little bit more detail about this PUD zone document here. And admittedly, the separate developments and the pedestrian networks that will connect all of those specific developments won't necessarily be planned until we get to a subdivision and development permit stage. But we have identified some very important pedestrian networks that will be required when those future subdivisions come. So we have a 100-foot wide open space buffer that goes along E470 right here. And we also have the vacated Buckley Road right-of-way, which borders on the west side of the development. That's also going to be a 50 or 100-foot open space buffer as well. So we have pedestrian paths that are going to be going along both of those. And we've designated a new pedestrian connection, which will come along High Plains Parkway on the south side. There will be an underpass that connects the residential area to the public school and the park site on the north side. And then eventually we'll connect to the other multi-use trail that is going along E470. So we do have some pedestrian movement that has been planned through the PUD.
Okay, then that confuses me. If you have a 100-foot buffer between that property line and E470, where is Tower Road? Tower Road runs parallel to E470 for quite a distance.
So right here, the E470 is actually at a bit of a diagonal. Tower Road is going to be parallel to essentially where Buckley Crossing would be, going directly north-south. And that's going to be, if you can see my cursor here, it's going to be kind of further along out onto this side. So when I mentioned that High Plains Parkway would be connecting to it, it'll continue south past 112th and then continue to veer east, eventually connecting further south.
And connecting with Tower Road to that. The only reason I'm bringing this up is that I just, for anyone who drives on Tower Road, and as we get more warehouses and when the Amazon warehouse opens up and so forth, is that we're going to have so many semi trucks on Tower Road. I just don't want them using High Plains Parkway. I want that to be able to remain, a walkable area instead of a semi truck pass through. So that's what I'm trying to get assurances on here.
Absolutely. I know that in certain situations, our public works department certainly has traffic calming measures and also signage that prohibits certain size of trucks from using the road. And if that was a condition that you wanted to place on this, then that is certainly an option.
Okay, thank you very much. Here comes the truck person.
Councilmember Hurst.
I agree with you, Councilwoman Noble. Minus maybe if there's a business on this road that has to get a delivery, obviously, then maybe you make like a delivery clause like most hazmat routing and everything else has. But I think as we move down, with this further development, and as you called out, as warehouses, whatever type of development with that type of traffic increase, we should really start looking at establishing or re-looking at our truck routes to the city. It could help us focus on maintaining those routes, but also focus on being able to fund arterials through other sources, the state, other grants, things like that. And so I think it'll be mutually beneficial. There'll be more than one benefit by establishing these truck routes, but just as was mentioned, I think signage and really just communicating those, it's pretty effective in some other communities around the state.
Absolutely.
Any other questions or comments for staff or the applicant regarding this case? Councilmember Hurst, you had additional comments?
I didn't, I'm sorry. You said going down.
Seeing no other requests for comments, I will close the public hearing. Oh, I can't do that yet, excuse me. I would like to ask the clerk to recognize any person registered to speak.
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak by the deadline and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. And with that, I will close the public hearing. Right now, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-761-03-21. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-761-03-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window for all those in favor. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0 with three absences. Next, for the zoning approval, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-761-03-21. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-761-03-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we will ask the city clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance Z-761-03-21, an ordinance approving the Buckley Crossing PUD Amendment Number 1, amending residential densities and modifying permitted land uses located on the property at the southeast corner of East 120th Avenue and High Plains Parkway in Commerce City, Colorado. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola, Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to our second public hearing, which is Z-941-17-19-21 on the Mile High Greyhound Park PUD Zone Document Amendment Number 1. Sorry about that. I will remind council the same thing I did before. I use public hearing only to ask questions, not to express opinions or indicate how you'll vote. Council members not to provide testimony. If you wish to participate in the decision, rely only on the facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. At this time, I will open the public hearing and invite Steve Timms, planning manager, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. Thank you for this next public hearing. Mr. Gibson, if you could pull up the presentation, please.
Yes, sir. Give me just a moment.
Great, thank you. So this particular case, it is another zoning case Z-941-17-19-21. The applicant is the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority, an amendment to the existing PUD zone document for a Mile High Greyhound Park, located again by 64th Avenue to the north, 62nd Avenue to the south, Elm Street, and then highways 2 and 85. Next slide, please. So this particular property, it's about 15.5 acres, parcels A and B of the existing Mile High Greyhound Park. The request is to amend it. The current zoning is PUD, and the future land use for this area is commercial and mixed use as well. Next slide, please. So this is just a context map showing the entire Greyhound Park development, but we are only focused tonight on parcels A and B. The rest of the remaining parcels are not affected by this particular application. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial, again, showing all the construction. You'll see the infrastructure work. If you've driven by it, you'll see the development going on near 62nd Avenue, but a lot of the utility work and road work is also underway, apparent by this aerial. Next slide, please. Future land use plan, and our comp plan does call the area out to be mixed use in nature. Next slide, please. So a little bit of history, although you all are familiar, but for the public as well. So the Greyhound racing track was there till 2008 when it ended. And then the Commerce City Urban Renewal Authority did purchase the property in 2011. Demolition of the existing buildings was complete by 2013. Then City Council did approve a rezoning of that Greyhound area from commercial to PUD in 2017. The property began to get platted then in 2020. And then as alluded to in the past slide, construction is currently underway on the site. Next slide, please. So again, this request is to amend the PUD to update the uses in the commercial and institutional parcels of A and B to provide flexibility to maximize the use of the land, and then to provide the best design and layout possible as well. Next slide, please. So again, what this request is, again, only to modify zoning for A and B, to modernize the uses and to allow market flexibility. It's important to know what this request is not. So it does not change the zoning of the residential areas. It does not change the ownership from the CCURA. It does not approve any specific development or proposal for parcels A and B, and nor does it remove the original institutional, educational, or even hospitality component of those parcels. Next slide, please. So again, the institutional use is on the north side, 6.5 acres, and then on the south side, the B, parcel B, the commercial area, 8.8 acres. Next slide, please. So again, as alluded to, this PUD is made up of 2 sheets. Parcel A will have additional commercial uses available to it, including hotel or hospitality, including standalone retail, including a vertical mixed use, and then also including conference or convention public meeting space. And then parcel B will also add then institutional uses, including a potential for vocational training or community college, and then also conference or convention space as well. Next slide, please. So the proposed amendment does consist of 2 sheets. The first sheet is the cover page with the title and the legal description and the signature block. And then sheet 6 is the updated land use table, which again includes the uses I just mentioned in the previous slide and modernizes those. Next slide, please. No other sheets of the PUD are being altered, and so those regulations and sheets do remain in effect. In addition, all the standards listed there about bulk and parking and streets and open space and design, those are not being proposed to be changed. Those remain in full force and effect as well. Next slide, please. And this is taken from the HOK study, but again, a conceptual design of what parcels A and B may look at. And this was a study commissioned again by the Urban Renewal Authority, but the entire document is included within council packet. Next slide, please. So this did go before Planning Commission, and Planning Commission did believe the rezoning is justified. The PUD zoning amendment they felt was consistent with the future land use plan for the property and comprehensive goals for the redevelopment. They did feel like this redevelopment would allow for expansion of commercial and public institutional uses and would allow additional market options to parcels A and B as well. Next slide, please. So according to the Land Development Code, any PUD zone doc amendment has to meet the criteria of section 3251, and Planning Commission did feel like it did meet those. Next slide, please. There is a required public notification, and you'll see that these were done in accordance with that. Next slide, please. As of today, staff has not received any requests for additional information via phone or email or in person. Next slide, please. And so this did go before a Planning Commission on June 1st. Planning Commission did hold a public hearing and took testimony. They voted 5-0 to forward this zone change to City Council with a recommendation for approval subject to the findings of fact. Next slide, please. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions. There is no applicant since the CCURA is the applicant as well.
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff regarding this case? Seeing no request for questions, Mr. Gibson, has anybody registered to speak on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on this item and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you, sir. This time I will close the public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-941-17-19-21. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case Z-941-17-19-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up if you are in favor. And that is going to pass 6-0 with 3 absences. Next, we'll go for zoning approval. I'm looking for a motion and second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-941-17-19-21. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance Z-941-17-19-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance Z-941-17-19-21, an ordinance approving the Mile High Greyhound Park PUD zone document, Amendment 1, amending the commercial and institutional uses on parcels A and B located on the property bound by East 64th Avenue to the north, East 62nd Avenue to the south, Elm Street to the east, and Highways 2 and 85 to the west in Commerce City, Colorado. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Allen Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Wardiola, Councilmember Hurst, Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move on to public hearing number 3 of the night. This is conditional use permit 129-21 for the Public Service Company. We'll remind council again to use public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you'll vote. Council members not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Rely only on facts developed in this hearing and in the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. This time we'll open the public hearing and invite Dominic Martinelli, environmental planner, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. I'll be giving the staff presentation on case CU 12921, and then immediately preceding that, we do have applicants with Public Service Company of Colorado and Excel to give a brief applicant presentation as well. So we'll go ahead and share the screen here. So the applicant, as I mentioned, is Public Service Company of Colorado, and the request is for a conditional use permit for the replacement of an existing natural gas pipeline for an approximately 1 mile stretch. That duration generally extends from Brighton Boulevard through Bell Creek to East 104th Avenue, and then in the general vicinity of 104th Avenue and Interstate 76. So we'll go ahead and just kind of do a quick overview. So here's a brief map showing the alignment. So generally around the location of 104th and 76, the existing pipeline alignment runs just to the north of East 104th Avenue, kind of cuts up to the northwest, goes directly under the Union Pacific Railroad, and then goes through Bell Creek, the Claybar Creek neighborhoods, and then commences at the intersection of Brighton Road. I have a couple additional maps that we'll show here as well. So this is part of a larger overall project that is being conducted by Excel. There's a west segment of this that's being completed in nearby Thornton. And just to kind of show the general future land use map that is surrounding the pipeline alignment. Apologies, this is actually the zoning map. It shows that the majority is the Bell Creek PUD residential, as well as I3 uses and some R1 residential uses in the Barclay Court, Claybar Creek neighborhood. And then this is the future land use map that generally shows a mixture of residential medium, sort of floodplain open space, as well as general industrial. So this alignment does go through a variety of different land uses within the city. So just to provide a little bit of background on the history and the purpose of this request. So this 10-inch natural gas pipeline has been in place since the early 1950s and providing natural gas service to residents in the northern portion of Commerce City for some time. Generally speaking, all the development in the area has been planned around this existing infrastructure. A number of the easements are in place. The Bell Creek neighborhood and the Claybar Creek neighborhood were designed around this existing infrastructure. There have been no histories of leaks, accidents, or spills. And the purpose you're reviewing this request tonight is because a conditional use permit is required under the Land Development Code for the replacement of any pipelines within the city. So the purpose, and Excel will get into this a little bit more in depth during their presentation, but the replacement of this portion of the pipeline, as noted, is required under the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. So this is PHMSA. This is Department of kind of a subset of the Federal Department of Transportation, where there was a mega rule that was passed last year that requires the replacement of certain natural gas pipelines throughout the country. So I'll let them talk a little bit more about the specific requirements under that and why this is triggering the replacement of this existing infrastructure. So as I mentioned, under Land Development Code Article 5, this is a public utility installation and pipeline activity, both requiring conditional use permits. And just some brief statistics. So this is kind of a comparison between the proposed and what's existing. For the most part, it's really staying the same. The approximate pipeline length is about a mile. The diameter is 10 inches. The width of construction is roughly 30 feet of permanent easement on each side. And then the pipeline cover depth, so that's the ground to how far down the pipeline is approximately 4 feet. The construction is expected to begin in this summer, so right around this time following the approval of this conditional use permit. Construction will take about 6 months. There's two different construction methods being proposed for this, so boring versus open trench. So boring is essentially when they go underground and don't just actually disturb the surface area. Open trench is when they sort of open the ground up and then bury the pipeline. The boring will generally occur at sensitive areas, which include road and railway crossings, and then other areas are typically expected to be open trench. So the graphic shown here, the portions of the line that are in blue are where the boring is occurring, and then the open trench are in the areas that are pink on the map. So there are a number of regulatory agencies and oversight on this replacement, which includes the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. Department of Transportation, PHMSA, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, through its Air Pollution, Water Quality Control Division, and Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division, the Colorado Department of Transportation, as well as the City of Commerce City. There were a number of external agencies that were referred on this, which includes United Power, Xcel's Right-of-Way Services, Tri-County Health Department, CDOT, and South Adams County Fire Protection District. They were all supportive of the request, and there were no significant issues that were raised. So there are a number of required permits that they have to go through as well, which includes a general construction stormwater permit from CDPHE, a construction dewatering permit, a hydrostatic permit, special use permit applications from CDOT for any portion within their existing right-of-ways. They've obtained a pipeline crossing agreement with the Union Pacific Railroad. And then the first step in their process with the city is a conditional use permit. There are a number of portions. So the Bell Creek kind of area where the bridges cross over is within the 100-year floodplain. And any disturbance within the city's floodplain requires a floodplain permit. So that is currently under review at the city, and then obtaining all necessary right-of-way and grading permits. So this map just generally shows the location of where this pipeline intersects the floodplain. Construction in these portions cannot occur until a floodplain permit is approved by the city. So we want to touch a little bit. So this does cross through some existing residential neighborhoods. There's a 30-foot easement width minimum throughout the project, so at least 15 feet on each side, and at least 40 feet from any property boundary to the pipeline center line in the Bell Creek neighborhood. And then there are a couple of portions within Claybar Creek where there's a 30-foot gap between the center line of the pipeline to the edge of a home. And then just kind of showing that alignment in conjunction with the residential homes. And then you can see within the Barclay Court subdivision, the existing easement that was platted when this was originally developed in the early 2000s. So some considerations on the alignment. The majority of the residential growth did occur on the existing alignment. A number of the existing easements, or I'm sorry, not a number, all of the existing easements, except for the portion they didn't need to acquire an additional easement outside of the crossing under Union Pacific Railroad. So all of those easements have been in place since the 1950s. And there were not project alternatives analysis conducted by the applicant or reviewed by the city, given the federal review time and regulations under federal law that mandate the implementation of the pipeline. So the Planning Commission did have the opportunity to review this on June 1st. They reviewed the conditional use permit criteria, which includes characteristics of the site are suitable for the use. The use will be of service to the city, would not result in substantial adverse effects, and then any adverse effects have been mitigated to the maximum extent feasible. There's provisions for ongoing maintenance. The use does not violate federal, state, or local law requirements. Community need exists for the proposed use, and then the proposed changes improve level of service and a number of other considerations. And we'll get into this in a little bit, but they did find that to be the case in their review. And then public notification and outreach. There was a virtual neighborhood meeting that was held on April 15th, where 12 members of the public did attend. Excel has launched an information page for the overall, and outside of Commerce City too, their overall replacement project for this. There has not been any requests for additional information since the neighborhood meeting or from the Planning Commission meeting. There were 283 adjacent property owners notified in accordance with our requirements under the Land Development Code. So that's direct mailers to 283 homes, publication within the Commerce City Sentinel Express. And then along the pipeline route, there were 8 physical placards that were posted alerting residents of the upcoming case. So there are a number of conditions that are being recommended by the city. They're very similar to a lot of requirements that we have for pipelines. We've done a number of these in the past. They generally align with approval permits, obtaining easements and property rights, the requirement to obtain a floodplain permit, mitigation and construction and disturbance activity, noise, dust, hazardous materials, and odor, and then notification of changes to the city if there's any sort of modification of the pipeline in the future. That would require a new permit with the city. So Planning Commission did recommend on June 1st to basically approve with staff's recommended conditions to City Council for this case. And then with that, staff is able to answer any questions. And then once you all are finished with your questions for staff, we'll move on to the applicant presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Martinelli. Appreciate that. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
It looks like the pipeline improvements will take place near homes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what assurances for safety do these homeowners have?
So there are a number of conditions that staff is recommending as it pertains to the safety and sort of nuisances and things of that nature. So there are a number of conditions put in place there. I would defer to the applicant to talk a little bit more about the specific safety measures and implementation that they take on pipeline replacement. I know that this is a fairly sort of common project that occurs, and there are a number of concerns in place. And along with this, they did provide just a very basic set of like management practices they undertake, as well as a traffic control plan. So obviously, given that there's a portion of this that's basically doing boring, so that's one of the major protections that I would say is occurring to residents, is that there's not a lot of above ground disturbance for this, and then proper shut off and controlling of existing flows from the existing pipeline before they put it in. But the majority of the areas where it is closest to homes it's going to be bored underground instead of the open trench method.
Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, if you'd like to bring the applicant in to give their presentation.
So I know that we have Tom,
Good-
Randy, and Stephanie
yeah.
online.
Good evening. This is Randy Blank. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you all for allowing us to present this to you tonight, Mr. Mayor, as well as all the council members. I am Randy Blank, and I'm the project manager on the project with Xcel Energy, Public Service Company of Colorado. And the title of this project is the I-76 to Leiden Street Natural Gas Project. And actually it's a portion of a much larger overall project. And Dominic did a great job with, describing why we're doing it. And generally it is because of new record keeping requirements that the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration has enacted. And that, like Dominic mentioned, is part of the U.S. Department of Transportation Pipeline Division. So the sections that we are replacing are actually in denser populated areas. And that is the reason that it becomes necessary to do this. We need to make sure that our record keeping and everything is in compliance with the federal standards. And that's what we do with any pipeline. Safety is one of our core, it's a core value of Xcel Energy, and we have an excellent safety record. Like Dominic said, this pipeline that is existing has had no incidences or reason to actually replace it, other than it was built in 1950. And that was prior to really any US government standards for pipelines. And so the record keeping of that existing pipeline does not meet the criteria of the new guidelines. So that's basically the overview of why we're doing it. I guess I'll quickly go through these slides. I know it's a late night already, so let's go ahead and just get through them. And then I'll answer any questions you may have afterward.
Randy, I'll go ahead and advance the slides for you. So just
Thank you very much. Go ahead. Okay, this is just a general agenda of what we've got. The project overview I pretty much described already. Dominic did a great job with the Commerce City overview. Construction activities, we'll talk about the actual construction and the restoration. I'll talk about safety is definitely a priority. The COVID-19, I did see that you guys were already discussing that for Commerce City. We do make sure that anybody that's out there is complying with any guidelines that are current for COVID. And then we'll talk about public outreach. Okay, thanks, Dominic. As Dominic mentioned, in Commerce City, we're replacing about 1 mile of existing 10-inch, and we're not upsizing it. We're replacing it with the same size, so the capacity is the same. The original pipeline was installed in 1950, and like we've talked about, the reason is for the new regulations. We actually plan to begin construction as early as August 2nd, pending approval from council tonight. And like Dominic said, we would stay out of the floodplain areas until we actually obtain that floodplain permit from Commerce City as well. And our plan is to actually put the line in service in November of this year, so that it's ready for the higher volume, higher load capacity for the winter. we will still have some restoration activities probably that will potentially go into next year, early, into the spring of 2022. But the actual pipeline would be in service this year. Okay. Okay, this is a map that I think you saw already. The kind of orangish yellow to the west is actually in Thornton. And we've actually installed much of that already. We have not tied in that pipeline. And it looks like there's a big gap between the purple and the orange, but the pipeline does actually continue through there. But the portions that we actually need to replace are in higher density population areas. The remaining section in between is in a floodplain for the South Platte River, and there's really no development around it. So it's not a requirement to replace that section. Okay. As Dominic mentioned, this is more of an overview of what actually is in Commerce City. And the section that's between the section near Havana Court and Havana Street, and then west and then northwest from there, that is actually all being replaced. The section that is just east of I-76, we're planning to isolate and pressure test, hydrostatically pressure test it. So we'll put water in it. And we do that with the new pipeline as well, but the existing pipeline east of I-76 would remain pending a successful pressure test of that pipeline. Okay. Like Dominic mentioned, we will be installing this pipeline with open trenching and boring or horizontal directional drill. We actually have 3 horizontal directional drills on this project. The first one basically runs from about I-76 west, and it goes under Havana Street and 106th Avenue. And it parallels 104th Avenue, but just adjacent to the north in an easement. The second horizontal directional drill would be at an angle going northwest, and we will bore underneath both the Union Pacific Railroad and US Highway 85 in one shot, and then come up near that Bell Creek subdivision area. We do have a third, which is where Dominic said that the homes are closer. They're within about 30 feet of the existing pipeline, and that section is the furthest northwest in Commerce City. And so that would be and then the portions between those bores would be open cut. We do have an existing temporary use area, which is the main staging area where, construction trailers and equipment and materials can be stored. And actually that is in place as of early this year when we were doing the Thornton section. And that's located at 104th on the south side and just to the east side of Brighton Road. So next slide. Okay, public safety is our primary concern, as well as the safety of the workers that are on the job. And we also don't want to interrupt the public any more than we have to. Obviously, with any construction, there's going to be some interruption, but they should be short term. There are a couple of roads that we will be open cutting. That'd be about a day. And in some cases, not any time at all, with flaggers alternating traffic and putting in the pipeline half at a time. We've got traffic control plans for the entire project. There will be some elevated noise levels with the equipment that's out there. There may be some temporary changes to access to certain areas, but in general, with doing the horizontal directional drilling, it minimizes that. And of course, we always restore the areas that we're disturbing, both hard surface, asphalt, concrete, and also soft surface to pre-existing conditions, the conditions that they're in now, or better. And we do get a stormwater permit, so any areas that we need to revegetate are seeded and mulched, and we cannot release that, or we're still under the permit until at least 70% of the vegetation has come back. So we'll also be restoring as we go. It's not like we, tear up the entire thing and then come back and start working on restoration. It's kind of right behind construction. Restoration will occur. Next slide. And this is part of our safety. We have third-party inspection the entire time during construction. There are many people out there that are safety conscious to keep public away from the actual construction activities. We have a corrosion prevention system, cathodic protection. This is under actually a rectifier, which prevents corrosion of the actual steel pipeline. And that's what the existing line is under, and it's lasted 71 years, and it's still in good shape. So it's at least 100, maybe 200 years lifespan. We do regular post-construction inspections to conform with all US DOT code. The line pressure testing prior to putting the pipeline into service, we do a hydrostatic pressure test to 1.5 times whatever the maximum pressure would be in this line. So in this case, it's 1,000 PSI maximum operating pressure. So we would test it at 1,500 minimum. Generally, it's more like 1,600 or 1,700 to be sure. There's annual hazard patrols and leak surveys. We monitor this pipeline as well as all of our transmission lines from a remote monitoring location in Golden. And we have automatic valves that can be shut off in case there is some sort of emergency. We know it right away, and we can remotely turn those valves. If there are any leaks ever, which generally on a high pressure transmission main, there aren't. But if there are, they're repaired immediately. I think I mentioned the remote control valves already. And of course, this is all designed to today's standards. Like I said, the pipeline that's in place from 1950 did not have all the standards that we have now. And so it's actually going to be state of the art with materials and safety standards. Okay. Again, the COVID-19 response, it does change, and we will and have maintained at least the minimum of what agencies are recommending, and we will continue to do that on this project. Okay. These are three ways that the public can get a hold of us. We have a hotline number, the website that Dominic mentioned, and then we also have an email. Generally, if they email us, we respond, or call, we respond within 24 hours to that individual, and that has worked really well on other projects. Letters have been sent to the landowners along the project within 500 feet. And we did have the neighborhood meeting, and 12 people came. We just had one person actually ask a question, and that was not really, it was just relating to where they were going to start in the location of the project they'd be starting in. So not really too much public concern. So I think Dominic went over all the approval criteria here. And that's pretty much the end of the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir, for that presentation. Does anybody on council have any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I just have one question. Just want to ensure that any disruption to the ground will be put back to its pre-construction state. And so if there was landscaping, the landscaping would be put back or anything along that line.
Yep, absolutely. That's our standard, and like I said, our stormwater permit is part of that.
Sounds good. Thanks, sir. Appreciate that. Seeing no other questions, Mr. Gibson, is anybody registered to speak on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on this item, and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you, sir. Given that, I will close the public hearing. At this time, I'm looking for a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case CU-129-21. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to accept the findings and recommendations of the Planning Commission on case CU-129-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, we'll do a voice vote. Please give me a thumbs up in the window if you're in favor. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. Next, we'll move to the COP approval. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve COP 1-29-21. Councilmember Grimes.
So moved.
And I'm looking for a second. Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve conditional use permit 129-21. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the city clerk please conduct a roll call vote?
Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Alan Thomas, Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Guardiola, Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Frank, Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you. Next up, we have resolution 2021-44 and resolution the 2021 to 2025 5-year consolidated plan and the 2021 annual action plan for the community development block grant. This time I will open the public hearing and invite Cheryl Steinberg, CDBG coordinator, to introduce the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff and residents. Tonight we'll be discussing the adoption of the proposed adoption of the 2021-2025 consolidated plan. Next slide, please. I'm here with Jessica Fish of Mosaic Community Planning. I appreciate her sticking with us. She's on Eastern Standard Time. And what we'll be doing is she will be taking the consolidated plan portion of the presentation. I will be taking the annual action plan portion. They are all submitted to, to HUD at the same time. And we will be adopting them with the same resolution. We have proposed to adopt them with the same resolution. And so Jessica, next slide, please, if you want to take it from here.
Hello, Mayor and council members, and thank you all for having me here. Our firm, Mosaic Community Planning, has been working with the City of Commerce City on their consolidated plan and annual action plan since the fall of 2020 and conducting public engagement throughout early 2021 to lead us to this point. I'm happy today to talk through the plan development process, the plan priorities, and some program changes for the upcoming years. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. So just a quick overview of the 2 plans that we're talking about. The consolidated plan identifies and prioritizes housing and community development needs And it's a 5-year strategy to target the city's 2.1 million in community development block grant funds to these different priorities. The annual action plan shows specific projects the city will undertake in the 2021 year and serves as the city's funding application for the community development block grant program. And finally, the CAPER is an evaluation report that will be produced at the end of each program year to show the city's progress in meeting the goals of the consolidated plan. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. And I'll talk a little bit about our plan development process, including the data sources and community engagement process. You can go to the next slide. So just a little about the data sources used in the plan, starting with the American Community Survey. We use the 5-year estimates for 2015 to 2019, the most recent data available from the ACS, and Mosaic updated HUD's ACS data to reflect these more recent years that are available. This data is on things like housing values, rents, incomes, employment, and things like that, and is found across the market analysis section of the plan. The comprehensive housing affordability strategy data is a HUD tabulation of that ACS data and is most recently available for 2013 to 2017. And Mosaic updated this data provided by HUD as well to reflect the most recent data available. And this data really focuses on housing problems and needs, as well as affordability of housing in Commerce City. We also use public housing data about demographics and occupancy of public housing, and relied on local research and plans to inform community needs from previous public engagement processes. So these include plans such as the City of Commerce City C3 Vision Comprehensive Plan, the Economic Development Strategic Plan, and the City of Commerce City Housing Needs Assessment, among others. Finally, we rely most heavily on public input from residents and stakeholders. This is a very important part of the data included and discussed in the plan, and this includes things like the community meetings, focus groups, small group interviews, and the project website as well. So I'll discuss these further on the next slide. A little bit about our public engagement approach. We conducted 25 focus groups and small group interviews with residents and stakeholders working in housing, community and economic development, and homelessness. And this includes representatives from 46 community organizations, agencies, and institutions who participated. And focus groups included a wide range of perspectives and groups of stakeholders, including city staff, the city's youth and senior commissions, groups like healthcare providers, economic and workforce development practitioners, affordable housing developers, and others. We also conducted 2 virtual community meetings to discuss housing and community development needs and the plan's priorities, and had an interactive project website that's informc3.com, and you can see in the image here kind of what that looked like. And that provided opportunities for residents to engage through tools where they could share stories, brainstorm housing and community development ideas, show where opportunities in the city exist on an interactive map of the city, and respond to a community-wide survey all through the website. You can go to the next slide. Just a few of the outcomes from our public engagement. 44 residents joined one of our focus groups, 73 stakeholders participated in an interview, 7 participated in one of the 2 community meetings, and we also had 297 website visits. You can go to the next slide. So just a little bit about what came out of that stakeholder engagement. You can see here, there's this is the top 18 stakeholder and resident responses. There's a column for IC3, and checks there are if the item was discussed on the project website, and votes are just amount of times a need was mentioned during things like interviews, focus groups, and community meetings. So some of the top responses to the greatest community needs in Commerce City include the Community Resource Navigator and Resource Guide, homeless assistance, affordable housing options, job training and higher education, transportation, and healthy food availability, some of those top community needs that were mentioned over and over again. You can go to the next slide. So all of that engagement informed the consolidated plan's priorities, which I'll discuss here on the next slide. So there are 6 main proposed priority needs, and you can see those in the purple, and in the white, the rest of the square are just some kind of examples of what that might include in future projects. These aren't necessarily projects the city is funding this year. Cheryl will go into those on future slides, but just some examples of what that category of priority needs could include. So housing and homelessness was identified across interviews, focus groups, community meetings, and our online engagement more often than almost every other need. Public services, and analysis of that input, 15 of the top 18 needs related to public services, and demand for funding across local organizations is quite high. Economic development as a high priority given the losses that many small and local businesses sustained during COVID-19, and was cited among those top needs as well. Neighborhood stabilization, stakeholders noted stabilization needs, particularly in the core city, and these might include things like neighborhood cleanups, things like accessibility improvements, things like sidewalks, streetscaping, which might be landscaping, planting streetscapes and things like that. Public infrastructure was another priority need. Many people named public infrastructure improvements they would like to see in their communities, and these might be things like pedestrian improvements, park improvements, transportation, broadband access, and things like that. Emergency response is the final priority need, and this is community support in the event of an emergency through things like COVID-19 response, flood or storm recovery, and things like a potential response to hazardous materials as well. And so these are, again, just some examples of what could be funded under these different priority needs. You can go to the next slide. And I'll just talk a little bit about the need prioritization. Housing and homelessness, public services, and economic development were all rated as high priorities by the city's team of CDBG advisors, just because of the high degree of need noted by stakeholders and public input, and the high need due to the COVID-19 pandemic as well, particularly for economic development. Neighborhood stabilization was rated as a lower priority given the urgency and opportunity for impact in the other areas. Public infrastructure was rated as a lower priority because of the size of the CDBG allocation relative to the cost of a large-scale infrastructure project, which could minimize potential impact of the funding. And emergency response was rated as a lower priority as well, because there are often other significant sources of funding for emergency aid available. So the CDBG team found this to be a lower priority use of funding. Other funds might also be more suited to emergencies and more quickly available. You can go to the next slide. And I'll just discuss a couple of program changes for upcoming years as well. First is the Home Consortium. So the city will join the Adams County Home Consortium October 1st of 2022, and that will provide access to a new source of funding for affordable housing through the HOME program. And this is something we discuss in the consolidated plan as well. You can go to the next slide. The Section 108 loan program is another program that the city could take advantage of in future years. And this just allows the city to borrow against future years CDBG allocation to make a larger investment. So they can borrow up to 5 times the city's annual grant amount, which would be about that 2.1 million. And this is typically used to just fill a gap for larger development projects that need that gap financing. As with the CDBG program, all projects must also meet one of the program's national objectives, so benefiting low and moderate income persons, aiding and preventing or eliminating slum or blight, or meeting urgent needs in the community. You can go to the next slide. And finally, these are just 2 additional categories, broadband and resiliency, that have been incorporated and required in 2018 or later consolidated plans. So plans the 2018 and later must do stakeholder consultations with broadband providers or organizations who are working to narrow the digital divide, as well as flood and water resource management professionals and emergency management agencies. So these were some of the focus groups and small group interviews that we conducted as well. The plan will also include a review of broadband coverage and hazard mitigation plans in the city. And so these are part of the market analysis component of the consolidated plan that you've been able to view as well. And so with that, I'll pass it over to Cheryl to discuss some of the city's projects.
Thank you, Jessica. And next slide, please. So the 2021 annual action plan is the actual 1-year program year plan to spend the money that we have been allocated by HUD, the $431,414. Next slide, please. So we always do the project ranking method with these 7 steps. We take a look at its viability, each projects that's submitted, their viability and risk, their consistency with the consolidated plan, overall benefit and impact to the city, applicants' experience and ability to do the proposed project, the benefit to low to moderate income residents, and if they're providing other supplementary funding or leveraging, and is it in an adopted city plan? Next slide, please. So this is the same chart that Jessica earlier had displayed, and I've color coded it a little bit. So the pink, these again, just to remind you, these are the top 18 responses we received from citizen input. So the pink are public services. So you'll see they weigh very heavily in the concerns of our nonprofits and residents. Housing in the red, and it topped off at the top there with the 2 second, tied for second place. And economic development also got up there, specifically with job training and higher education. And then public facilities came in. Specifically, there was a lot of concern with walkability and underdeveloped parks and rec centers in the target area. Next slide, please. So using the criteria, taking a look at the needs that came in with our outreach efforts and data and research, we had put out an application for funding and received 13 applicants that are listed here. You'll see the ranking there on the far right column, and we'll go through each one individually here in a second. But I did want to point out there are 2 constraints that HUD puts on our funds, and that's the 20% for grant administration that's allocated at the top, and a 15% cap on public services that we can fund every year. So that's 15% of the total allocation. So next slide. Thank you. So public services, we'll start with that 15% allocation. So that totals $64,711. Next slide. And we are starting off with the police department ranking top. It's the continuation of the domestic violence victim service program, been very successful. It has kept over 100 residents from becoming homeless already. The housing, safety, relocation, and basic needs assistance is what it provides for domestic violence victims and their children or dependents that have reported to the police department. So we're recommending $24,000 in funding there. Next slide. A Precious Child is a new applicant this year. They do wraparound services. So it's family case management for housing, shelter, homelessness prevention, clothing, food, baby items, school supplies, employment, health, counseling, and education. They're very well-rounded. They're bringing a storefront, as they call it, to this new C4 campus, hopefully by the end of the year. And we're going to help participate with that, with this recommendation. Next slide. So kids in need of dental, you've seen these folks before, and this is an on-site resource navigator for pediatric health services at the Commerce City Community Campus, the C4 campus. And we were able to recommend $15,711. Next slide. Then also a new applicant with our new homeless outreach coordinator. They've applied for homeless outreach supplies, and these are the basic supplies for services for just to meet water, food, basic toiletries. And that way they're able to more easily approach the homeless folks and determine what kind of help they need, what kind of assistance they're looking for. And we're recommending full funding there at $10,000. Next slide. So the remaining funds are $280,421, and those are the non-public services and non-administration funds. Next slide. So back again, and for another repeat performance, another successful program has been the minor home repair program. And it's home rehabilitation funds for the 4 basic categories: health, safety, accessibility, and energy efficiency. And we're recommending $170,412. Next slide. And then the Paint-a-thon is also back. And I should note that both the home repair program and Paint-a-thon have wait lists on them and have since we started them. So a Paint-a-thon, if you'll remember, is the exterior painting and accessibility improvements for seniors and disabled residents who cannot paint their homes. So we're looking to do $40,000 for those as well. And that does include all the lead-based paint testing or remediation as needed. Next slide. And then the last piece, because we're recommending 7 programs are funded, is the fitness court. And this is a public facility. It's to help purchase and install the 38 by 38 recreational fitness court somewhere within the target areas. They've got 4 possible parks that they'll determine at a later time. But we're able to fund $70,000 of that project with these funds. Next slide. So after assuming this is passed and resolution is passed and we can submit then to HUD, the deadline for that is August 16th. And then we'll see their approval of the plan and a contract by September 30th. Next slide. So are there any questions for Jessica or I?
Are there any questions from council regarding the action plan? Seeing none, we thank you both for your time this evening, especially for Jessica being on the East Coast. Appreciate you staying up late with us. Mr. Gibson, is there any individuals registered to speak on this matter?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak on this item, and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. I will at this time close the public hearing, and I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-44. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-44. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title?
If you'd like me to, I can take a roll call vote afterwards, Mayor, to save some time. Resolution 2021-44, resolution for the CDBG program approving 2021 through 2025 5-year consolidated plan of the 2021 annual action plan. Councilmember Madera.
Yes.
Councilmember Noble.
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst.
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. And we will move on to our fifth and final public hearing tonight, which is Resolution 2021-55 concerning Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz. We'll remind council to use a public hearing only to ask questions, but not to express opinions or indicate how you will vote. Council members not to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. This time I will open the public hearing. This hearing is for purposes of meeting the requirements of Section 147 parentheses F of the Internal Revenue Code regarding the possible issuance by the Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz, otherwise known as the Authority, of one or more series of its charter school lease revenue bonds, Campus Partners One Project Series 2021, pursuant to a plan of finance in order to finance costs for a project within the city of Commerce City, Colorado, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $16 million. This time I'll invite Robert Sheasley, the city attorney, to introduce the request and applicant's counsel.
Thank you, Mayor. The title of the resolution says it all. I believe this is an industrial development authority from Arizona that is issuing bonds that will be partly financed by lease payments from many public charter schools, including one in Commerce City. Under the Internal Revenue Code, the municipal body governing the area where any of these schools is located must approve the matter after a public hearing that is held, if electronically, using a toll-free number, which we do not have. The applicant here has established a toll-free number that was published in the notices that were posted in the Commerce City Sentinel and in the Denver Post as required by the Internal Revenue Code. The applicant here is represented by Holly Horsley, an attorney with Ballard Spahr, who is also on the East Coast in New Jersey. And she's available to answer any questions from council and to identify if there are any persons on the conference call on the toll-free number who wish to testify to the city council. There is a letter of support from Landmark Academy in your packet as well, which is the facility in question. So with that, I'd like to introduce Holly Horsley to speak, or rather to answer any questions that council may have.
Hi, this is Holly Horsley at Ballard Spahr. I've been on the line since you guys started, and no one else has joined the toll-free number. So it's just me on that number, but I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here with us this evening. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff or the applicant? Councilmember Grimes.
Mayor, Mr. Sheasley, I might be a little slow or tired. Can you help me understand the city council's authority in making this approval or denial?
Yes, it's a matter under the federal Internal Revenue Code. Ms. Horsley can explain further that it is not a bond issuance or debt in any way of the city of Commerce City. It is a financing mechanism that just requires this approval to make sure, I believe, that the community is aware of what's going on. Ms. Horsley, if you want to supplement that.
Yes, and everything you said is correct. The only thing I would add is that the Internal Revenue Code requires that any location or any jurisdiction where there will be a bond finance facility, that jurisdiction must hold the public hearing and pass a resolution that is to be presented to you tonight. So that is the only reason, is because the school is located within the city of Commerce City.
Thank you for that information. Presumably residents were made aware of this?
Yes, we posted, the Internal Revenue Code requires you to post notice 7 days in advance of the hearing. So we did comply with that, and we did post in the Commerce City's newspaper.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Madera.
Can you speak a little more to the financing itself? So bonds are being issued in Arizona, is that?
Yes, so the Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz, Arizona, they have powers that allow them under their statute to issue bonds for projects located in Arizona, but also in other states. As long as you meet the requirements under their state statute, they can do that. So they have actually done this with other projects before. And so our project is involving a number of schools across, I think it's about 7 different states. We have a few in Colorado.
Is Landmark Academy one of those schools? And
Yes.
what's being done?
Yeah, so what's happening is there's going to be the proceeds of the bonds will be used to purchase the facility from the current owner. The charter school that is currently operating is operating under a lease agreement for that facility. They do not own it. So that existing lease will be terminated at the bond closing, and the school, they will have an opportunity to review and negotiate a new lease agreement with a new owner of the charter school facility. So that's essentially, that's all that's going to be done. There's no construction. It's essentially proceeds of bonds being used to acquire the charter school facility, and the school will remain in that facility, but just under a new lease. With lease payments that are expected to go down, and which is one of the reasons why we're doing the project, is because, with interest rates being so low, we can pass those costs down to the charter schools.
And so the purchase price for that is the $16 million?
Yes, and that's based off of an appraisal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions for staff or for Ms. Horsley? Seeing none, Mr. Gibson, do we have any public comments?
Mayor Huseman, no members of the public registered to speak by the deadline, and no written comments were received by the deadline.
Thank you. And Ms. Horsley already indicated that nobody else is on the toll-free number, so that I will close the public hearing. This time I'm looking for a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-55. Councilmember Noble,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-55. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, will you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Resolution 2021-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, approving in accordance with Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as amended, the issuance of bonds by the Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz to finance a project for Campus Partners 1. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman.
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you. And we will move on now to resolutions. We have one resolution this evening, resolution 2021-54, the Canal Avenue Metropolitan District IGA amendment. I'd like to invite Robert Sheasley, City Attorney, to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's resolution regards an amendment to the intergovernmental agreement that regards the service plan and the activities for this entirely commercial metropolitan district, the Canal Avenue Metropolitan District. The current service plan restricts the district, as with many others, from owning and operating various public improvements, including road improvements, drainage improvements, and water facility improvements and sanitary sewer improvements. To facilitate development of this property, it is necessary to transfer that obligation to a party that's independent of the owner or more permanent than the owner may be. This originated with a request from the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District to operate a lift station for the sanitary sewer system, because the district does not want to take responsibility for that potentially costly system. It does not have any impact regionally, and it's not part of a system that impacts anything other than this development, which is entirely commercial and industrial. And so the proposed amendment to the IGA is the mechanism that would allow the district to operate and maintain various public improvements that aren't required to be dedicated to a public authority like the city or the district or the water district. and to fund that as opposed to a permanent owners association. In the event of dissolution of the district, an alternate would have to be provided, or the landowner would have to take on these responsibilities directly. This system was approved by the Adams County Water Quality Control Commission, I believe 2 weeks ago or last week. And then last week, South Adams County Water approved of an IGA to implement the lift station. That is the summary of the request. It's recommended to facilitate the development, and the applicant's attorney, Paula Williams, is available on the line if there are any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Sheasley, for that update. Does anybody on council have any questions regarding this? Seeing none, would like to seek a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-54. Councilmember Hurst.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 2021-54. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will the clerk please read the title and then we'll do a voice vote?
Resolution 2021-54, resolution approving First Amendment to intergovernmental agreement between and among the City of Commerce City and Canal Avenue Metropolitan District regarding the service plan for the district.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gibson. And we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand in the chat window. And that is going to pass unanimously 6-0 with 3 absences. Next, we are on to ordinances. We have our first ordinance is 2335, amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City. Would like to invite Roger Tinklenberg, City Manager, to make the presentation.
In the materials in the packet, there was a list of the requests and reappropriation summary. Be happy to answer any questions about those if there are any.
Thanks, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions regarding the proposed reappropriation summary, any other line items? Seeing none, I do have one question. The live view system, is that the purchase price for one trailer, or is that renting the trailer, or is that just a service from live view?
As I recall, that's purchase. Chief Nichols, can you verify if that's the case or not?
That is correct, sir. It was for a purchase, but that agreement has fell through. We had some issues with IT approving the request for it, so we'll be going back out to look for a different vendor.
Okay, that my second question on whether or not we had the IT capability to integrate this trailer into the system. Okay, great. At this time, does anybody have any amendments that they wish to make regarding the reappropriation request? Councilmember Grimes.
I actually just have a question. I think this will be for Chief Nichols. Just curious what the $110,000 line item for encampment cleanup is. Assuming that's related to homeless camps, just curious what the money, what the money's used for.
Yes, ma'am. That money was used for a contractor, and that is money that has already been spent out of the emergency management fund. So that is to reimburse it so that we have enough funds to cover the remainder of the year. Those funds have already been expended.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Does anybody on council have any amendments that they wish to make to the reappropriation request? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2335. Councilmember Madera.
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2335. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, Mr. Gibson, will you please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2335, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating portions of the unencumbered fund balances of the General Fund and Facilities Fund, transferring to designated funds portions of the unencumbered fund balance in the general fund and reaffirming certain prior appropriations for a total amount of $2,688,924 and authorizing the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to ordinance 2338, the recognition of the first tranche of the American Rescue Plan Act funding. Does anybody on council have any questions for staff? Councilmember Grimes.
Where, so this gets reappropriated to a general fund, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what happens, like, we haven't fully made a decision about what this is going to be spent on yet. So does it just sit there and wait for direction?
Yes, it'll wait for council appropriation.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2335. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2335. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will Mr. Gibson please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2338, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City by the recognition of the first tranche of American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, funding in the amount of $5,262,512.50 and the appropriation of such funds as revenue replacement for government authorizations as authorized by law. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you. We will move on to ordinance 2339, recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant funds. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2339. Councilmember Madera,
So moved.
Councilmember Grimes.
I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2339. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will Mr. Gibson please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2339, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation CDOT grant for funds for $760,000 for the construction a replacement of the Potomac Street O'Brien Canal Bridge and the authorization of the expenditure thereof. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
We're all getting tired. Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the last ordinance, which is ordinance 2340, recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant for the LEAF program. Does anyone on council have any questions for staff? Seeing no request for questions, I'm looking for a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2340. Councilmember Grimes,
So moved.
Councilmember Madera.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to introduce by council as seated and approve on first reading ordinance 2340. Is there any discussion? Seeing no request for discussion, will Mr. Gibson please read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2340, an ordinance amending the 2021 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Colorado Department of Transportation grant LEAF program in the amount of $10,000 for DUI enforcement efforts and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Councilmember Madera,
Yes.
Councilmember Noble,
Yes.
Councilmember Hurst,
Yes.
Councilmember Grimes,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Mayor Huseman,
Yes.
Passes unanimously with 3 excused absences.
Thank you, sir. That concludes all of our ordinances for the evening. We'll now move on to administrative council business per council policy. Except for emergency or unforeseen items, council members are encouraged to submit administrative business items by the Tuesday before the meeting with another council member's endorsement. We've already gone over the agendized administrative council business. Does anybody on council have any other administrative council business they would like to bring up this evening? Councilmember Noble?
Yeah, hi. I have two. So as I noted at our study session, members of the Senior Commission visited Contour Estates. This is an initiative of the Senior Commission to ensure quality of life issues for senior facilities in Commerce City. And so I just wanted to make that note that the discussion among the Senior Commission was that we would move forward and look at other senior facilities as well. So if there are no objections, the Senior Commission can take on that initiative. We are advocates for seniors. The Senior Commission is, I say that as a member of the Senior Commission when I say we. And anyway, so I think that it's a great plan. This visit, though, led to, you have a question? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah. So I was gonna expand on that, but if you want to go ahead and finish your thought.
I was just going to say that tomorrow I will put in for a study session on housing and housing authority so that we can, first of all, learn more about the housing authority, and second of all, learn what housing we have in Commerce City and where the gaps are, so that we can have that in mind as we move forward.
Yeah, so I wanted to caution on doing this because the city does have a limited rule, as does the housing authority. So the way that these affordable housing projects work and come to fruition is the housing authority is a limited partner with, less than 1% in most cases ownership interest. And so the actual construction and ownership is done through another general partner who also maintains and runs these facilities. So in essence, you have a private facility that you're trying to come in and make changes, which is great. I'm fully supportive of improving quality of life, but we have limited jurisdiction and say, even at the housing authority, because they are a partner and it's a private public partnership where the ownership interest is private. And so it's basically the equivalent of you going to a private apartment complex and demanding, changes or saying, and, maybe they'll comply, maybe they won't. So it really comes down to that partnership and having a partner that's willing to work with the housing authority. So, I just want to caution because, I don't want you to go into these apartment complexes and, promise things to residents and that you're going to fix things when in fact we don't have that kind of jurisdiction or say over things. So I think a study session would be beneficial so we can learn a little bit more about how these partnerships and the housing authority works and what jurisdiction or who has what in terms of jurisdiction. And then that way you'll be better informed as well about what we can and can't do and the avenues that we can go through for that. But I just don't want the housing authority's relationship with their partner to be affected by these visits, because then if we have the housing authority has a partner that doesn't want to work with the housing authority anymore, that can really strain relationships and actually make things worse.
I would like to stress, though, that when the senior commission made the visit to Contra Estates, it was by invitation. We fully noticed the meeting. It was publicly noticed so that anyone could be in attendance in that meeting, just not us. And so we understand that. And
being in the housing authority, I wasn't invited, so
it was publicly noticed. And we were there by invitation of residents of Contra Estates. I would like to further state that I have talked to both the deputy city manager and the city attorney about this. So I have a pretty clear understanding. I think that it would be helpful for us, however, as I noted, to have a study session on housing in general and also the housing authority.
Is that your motion that we have a study session?
Okay, I can do it now if you would like. I was prepared to do a form since that's our new method. But if you would, if a motion would be satisfactory, it's fine with me. I hear that I had a second.
We have a motion to have a study session on this. Do we have a second? Councilmember Madera?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, you're on mute.
Bitten by the mute bug again. I like to think great minds think alike. Just wanted to share with you all, staff is actually preparing to bring a study session on the housing authority in general updates, September 27th.
All right, given that, Councilmember Noble, do you still want your motion?
My motion included all housing, not just the housing authority, so that we can understand where we have housing gaps.
Thank you.
So affordable, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, so we still have a motion and a second out there. Mr. Rogers?
Thank you for that, Mayor. If you don't mind, Councilmember Noble, just help kind of tease that out for me just to better appreciate and make sure that we hit the mark when we come back. When you mean housing, are you speaking about our housing needs assessment that's been conducted and walking you through that and determining how we've been trying to provide that balanced solution? Or are you talking about something else, ma'am?
Well, since I don't know what a housing needs assessment is, I can't answer that question. But if it is how many affordable units we have, how many more we need due to our population, our demographics, whatever the case might be, senior housing, any number of housing topics, I think it would be useful because of all of the zoning and planning that we vote upon.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, that would be captured generally within our housing needs assessment. So that'd be a good document to get in front of the council, because obviously that probably preceded a number of the body that was on that's on the dais today. So we'll bring that forward as well.
So could you discuss that at the same time, just do housing in general, if you will, with the housing authority component as well as our housing needs?
Yes, ma'am.
Housing assessment. Okay.
Yes,
all righty. Then I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Motion is withdrawn. Councilmember Madera, are you good with that?
I'm okay with that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Noble, you had another one that you wanted to discuss?
No, that was a two-parter that sort of became one. So that was Contour and then also the study section. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, is your hand up out of, thank you much. Anybody else on council have any administrative council business that they wish to bring up this evening? Seeing none, I do have one that I would like to see take place, but I'll put the form in. We'll talk about it next meeting. Moving on to reports, Mr. Tinklenberg.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of the hour, I will abbreviate my report. Wanted to say thank you for allowing me to take a week break for a vacation. Wanted to also just give you a broad overview for community development. Land use cases still rocking. They're at 187 right now, so still busy. We had a good meeting. Jason and I had a good meeting with a developer for Murray Farms, so that was good to clarify a few things and kind of clear the air on some misconceptions. Also, just a quick reminder of the Adams County Site Selector Selection Summit that's going on this week. There's dinner Wednesday evening and a breakfast on Thursday morning, and the mayor will be giving a brief welcome on Thursday morning. So if you want to attend the breakfast, please let Annette or ED Director Claymore know right away. And then Parks, Recreation, Golf, a couple things for general note. Monaco Park renovation, we have a grant application in, and that will be heard by the Adams County Open Space Board on July 27th, and that has been recommended for their approval. Par 3 golf course, staff has engaged Oakwood to further advance the course design. And then Buffalo Run site master plan. We have a draft of that's been completed and staff is reviewing it. And we anticipate that it will be brought to council at the end of Q3. Paradise Island, the repairs have been completed. And then also a reminder, there's first of the pop-up concerts for the summer Thursday at Turnberry Park at 6:30. Regarding the police department, FOP negotiations were successfully concluded, and the contract has been voted on by the FOP membership, but we have not received a formal notification yet of the outcome. And then also they had 6 new officers sworn in on July 15, and those officers have entered the field training program this week. Asphalt is becoming a problem for public works. Asphalt plants are reporting a shortage of oil that is restricting asphalt production. And so lead time now for that has crept out to more than a week. It's in the 2-week amount of time at this point. And so that's delaying some of our projects to some extent. And then there was a fair amount of correspondence regarding standing water on Brighton Road. Staff did work with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District, the Fulton Ditch Company, and Denver Water. And they did conduct pumping operations over the weekend to get the water away from the roadway. It turned out that the beavers were at work and they had built a dam upstream. The property owner has removed the dam at that location, and our staff is continuing to work on it to identify the water source. We know the cause of the backup, but don't know the water source at this point. So they're continuing to resolve that. That's it for my report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Does anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Tinklenberg regarding his report? Seeing none, we will move on to Mr. Sheasley.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 items tonight. The first, on August 2nd, I'll likely be bringing forward a new electronic meetings ordinance regarding subcommittees and public testimony or public comment before council and boards and commissions to kind of clarify what was talked about last week. We're going to run through that with staff tomorrow. Consistent with what council wanted last week, we would require that people be in person for quasi-judicial hearings before the city council, most likely. So more to come on that. And then lastly, I put on the agenda for August 2nd at the end of the meeting an executive session to discuss kind of mid-year performance assessment or performance goal setting for Roger and me. in anticipation of the fall, and per your council policies, we're just about to start that evaluation process, the facilitated evaluation process to be conducted in October and November. So that kind of gets underway in August and September. So I think the evaluation subcommittee will be convened here pretty shortly as well. And that is it for me. Any questions?
Anybody on council have any questions for Mr. Sheasley? Seeing none, we thank you very much for that report. And do any council members wish to make a report this evening? Councilmember Noble.
As I noted, I was at the Eco Fair on Sunday at Fairfax Park. It was a really great turnout, very well run, really a great event. Lots of media coverage. So I'm really happy for everyone who was involved in it and is concerned about the health and safety of residents in that area. And earlier in the week, I represented us at the Water Commission meeting, and I was assured that there is enough water for Commerce City to build out to 180,000 people. I don't know if that's going to satisfy me totally, but that's what they say. There's enough water. So there we go. Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to mention that Rotary Club is still selling peaches and pears for a couple more weeks, and delivery of those will be mid-August. So anyone who hasn't ordered who wants to, let me know. Also on Rotary, Mayor Huseman will actually be our presenter this coming Wednesday, giving an update to Rotarians on current projects in the city. Anyone on council is welcome to join us. Just let me know if you'd like to be a part of that. It's Wednesday at noon in a new location, which is the fire department headquarters right in the Civic Center parking lot. So just give me a shout if you'd like to come and join us and hear Mayor Huseman give an update. And then also had the pleasure of attending the VIP sneak peek tour of Alsop Elementary last Thursday. Just wanted to say what a gorgeous facility that is, and I'm really excited for the students and teachers who get to start school there this coming year. So last thing, Chamber of Commerce put out in conjunction with the city a businesses directory. I have a bunch of those if anybody is interested in taking some of them for themselves or to hand out to others. I'm also putting them around town at businesses for people to pick up. So just FYI, we have a really nice business directory if anybody would like one.
Thank you. Any other council members wishing to make a report? Seeing none, I have a brief one. Attended a pretty cool little celebration today. United Power connected their 100,000th meter, or 100,000th customer, if you will, to their system, and that actually took place right here in Commerce City. So congratulations to the family. They were given electric lawnmower and electric yard tools, as well as some other gifts, and had photo opportunities out there. So congratulations both to United Power as well as to the family on that. Also attended the ribbon cutting today for that brand new Alsop Elementary School, and what an exciting time. I will tell you, it's not every day that you get to watch a new school open up in a city, and great to see that happen, especially in that district, and made possible through the Best Grant Fund, and as well as some bonds and everything that the district was able to operate on. But they managed to get that project done without incurring any additional debt for the residents in that district. So phenomenal and great use of the Best Grant funds, and wish the staff there and the students well. They're nothing but success. Their icon is the eagle, and eagles soar, and so hopefully we can count on that taking place for all the students that go there. And of course, this eagle is only able to soar because of the support below it, through the wind and things like that. And it's going to take a community to rally behind that district the way that they have, and continue to support them, as well as the staff and the dedicated individuals that go out there every day and do that. So thank you to everybody who made that a success. Thank you to Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Smith for also being at the ceremony, as well as Mr. Tinklenberg. I think the district, as well as everybody else, appreciated the fact that we supported them, that as well as those individuals that were able to make it to the to the sneak peek last week. Thank you for that. That is, we also participated in the Adams County Fair Golf Tournament last week. Spoke with one of the representatives from the Adams County Fair, who was very appreciative of the fact that Commerce City supports the fair in the manner that we do. And we are the only city within Commerce City that provides that support. And they were very appreciative, one, that we were out there, and two, that we provide that support. So thank you to everybody in Commerce City who makes that possible. Fairs are very important. They are great for the community and really showcase a lot of talent of people from all ages, and glad to see that the fair is going to take place this year after missing it last year. Look forward to seeing as many of you as possible out there during the events. They've got a great lineup of concerts and events taking place, from the Derby, the concerts and everything. I think the Eli Young Band is supposed to be there, as well as the Highlight, as well as some other shows that'll take place. So hopefully everybody has an opportunity to get out there and enjoy the fair, enjoy the rides, and just enjoy the funnel cake and everything else that comes with it. We have a study session next week, which will be in person on August 26th. So we'll see everybody in council chambers in our modified alignment, and hopefully see the public be able to rejoin us in council chambers sooner rather than later. And with that, have a good night, have a good week, and we'll see you next week.